Chapter 862. Seeing that Long Qingying didn't receive his signal, Lin Wenwen immediately turned her attention to Xiao Liqing. What's wrong with your leader today? Why is there a cold aura coming from his body? Xiao Liqing shrugged at an angle that Wu Qingyue couldn't see and said, I don't know why his mood is like the rain in June. Lin Wenwen, it's said that women's minds are hard to guess, but Leader Wu's mind is even harder to guess. Xiao Liqing. Do you dare to say that out loud? Lin Wenwen shook her head. Nonsense, of course not. I'm not stupid. TSK, you don't want to admit what you've done. Women don't mean what they say. That's right. Wu Qingyue continued to sneer. Woman 1 Lin Qiao, Woman 2 Lin Wenwen. Got hit. Woman 3 Dragon's Clear Shadow. Got hit +1. Xiao Liqing thought. That's weird. Boss, wake up, we're here to talk business. Lin Qiao stared at Wu Qingyue with a faint smile and said, looks like Leader Wu has a problem with women all over the world. But it can't be helped. So be it. We still have to sign the contract after all. Lin Qiao put the hat back on her head and ended the last meaningless topic. He then pulled the topic back to business. Wu Qingyue smiled and said, Leader Lu, don't you think you're asking for too much? Do you think Sea City is good-looking but useless? What he meant was that they were just a small base with less than 10,000 people. How dare they compete with a base with more than 1 million people for such a large piece of land? Were they looking down on them? The sarcasm in his words was even stronger than before. Xiao Liqing's expression was starting to change. Did their leader activate some weird button? Tisk, looks like you're not satisfied with our conditions. I thought you'd be so generous. Did I receive fake information? Lin Qiao looked at Wu Qingyue and smiled coldly. He said he received fake information, but he was secretly saying that they'd agreed. Were they going back on their word now? Why was he so insincere? Why did she feel like the Wu Qingyue today was fake? What's with this face and this mouth? Why was he so different from the last time he left? Lin Wenwen glanced at Xiao Liqing and Kong Qingming, his expression saying, did your boss take the wrong medicine? Xiao Liqing, Kong Qingming, I don't know, don't look at me. I also don't know this kind of man who randomly throws vinegar regardless of the situation. At that moment, Wu Qingyue looked at Lin Qiao's face, but his mind was filled with images of her and Lin Hao together. Needless to say, Lu Tianyu's face had never been put on that kind of heavy makeup like that of an enchantress. This kind of light face made him look much younger. On the other hand, Lin Hao's face was a little more like a baby's, and he looked young and energetic. When the two of them stood together, it made people feel that they were a good match. Therefore, the anger in Wu Qingyue's heart couldn't be controlled no matter how hard he tried. And this female zombie also began to argue with him, so the anger in Wu Qingyue's heart rose more and more. Did this female zombie really want to take his child with Dr. Lin? He would never allow it. Of course, he didn't care about how Jiaxing was divided. He just didn't want to see this female zombie succeed so easily. He was too unhappy. Thinking about it again, Sea City's current cultivation base was paralyzed like the other bases. In the future, he would probably have to continue trading with the base. I just feel that our Sea City seems to be at a disadvantage. What do you think? Wu Qingyue's face darkened. Thinking about the human survivors in Sea City, other than the tens of thousands of psychics, there were less than 700,000 ordinary people left. Although the population had decreased sharply, they were also running out of food. He was already in a bad mood. Now that he saw Lin Qiao and remembered her ambiguous relationship with Lin Hao, Wu Qingyue's eyes became gloomy. Thus, in the end, the smile on his face became sinister. I don't think it's a loss at all. I also feel heartache for giving up such a large batch of food. Besides, everyone has seen the situation outside. I reckon that the resources are getting more and more scarce. Joshing isn't worth much either. I feel like I've given you too many conditions, okay? Lin Qiao continued to sneer. What she meant was that if you don't accept it, then we don't want that area anymore. It was useless to come anyway. However, she knew that Wu Qingyue needed food now. Sea City needed food. China, Heaven Fire, the Meng tribe, the destroyed Black Dragon base, and the leaderless Hidden Cloud City. Only places that needed people needed food. Unless they could come up with a way to change the soil before they ran out of food, they would probably starve to death again. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Qiao's words, a cold light flashed in Wu Qingyue's eyes. The smile on his face faded, but his eyes became colder. He knew that he couldn't be impulsive now. He had to suppress the anger in his heart before they could talk properly. The most important thing now was the problem of everyone's food. Since you feel that it's not a loss, in order to have a happy relationship between the two bases in the future, I will reluctantly accept the loss. Wu Qingyue said this through gritted teeth. Although he had relented, he couldn't help but show off his eloquence. He didn't realize that his current behavior in front of the people in Sea City was completely different from before. Lin Qiao wanted to roll her eyes at him, but after thinking about it, she endured it for the sake of her leader's image. The others silently wiped the sweat off their foreheads and sighed in relief. Then, let's officially sign the contract tomorrow. It was supposed to be a peaceful meeting, but for some reason, because of Wu Qingyue, who had changed his style, everyone felt a little tired and left. In the temporary base outside Qingshan base, Lin Qiao walked in from outside the house weakly. Her face was still very pale. Her eyes were lifeless, and her lips were cracked. Her body's condition wasn't very good. She had been living a miserable life for the past 2 years. She was bullied in Sea City, and after escaping, she was often starved and didn't rest well. Her body was gradually unable to take it. She thought that everything would be fine once she arrived at the Meng tribe's base, but she didn't expect that she could only live in a cold civilian shed. She had to rely on the last few level 3 zombie cores to exchange for a month's low-class meal tickets. She could only get 1 steamed bun per meal, and there wasn't even any water. She had to use the meal tickets to exchange for water. She was unfamiliar with this place, and it was another woman. Very soon, she was targeted. After all, most of the people living in the civilian shed didn't have enough to eat and sleep. Someone found out that she had exchanged a lot of meal tickets, so they snatched all of her meal tickets. After that, she was beaten up and fell sick. After falling into a severe coma, she was directly thrown out of the base as if she was dead. She didn't expect that when she woke up, she would find herself lying on a truck. Chapter 863. After Ling Jing was thrown out of the Meng tribe's base, she was fortunately rescued by someone. After knowing that she was thrown out of the base, she had already given up all hope. Seeing that the people who rescued her were a level 2 corpse hunter group, these people were preparing to leave the Meng tribe's base and go somewhere else. There were not many people in the level 2 corpse hunter group, only about 20 people. Fortunately, these people were not bad people. After saving her, they protected her all the way to the territory. Later, she followed this group of people into the Green Mountain base. A few days ago, the second apocalypse broke out, many people died, some turned into zombies. There were not many people in the Green Mountain base to begin with, and now another batch died. There were even fewer people. After the anxiety and panic in everyone's hearts for the past 10 days had passed, they began to complain about the problems that came after. The problem of living, the problem of food. The original Green Mountain base was destroyed by the crazy leader of the Green Mountain base. No one could stop that madman. In April and May in the northwest region, the weather was very cold, and the weather was terrible. This made Ling Jing, who came from China, very unsuitable, so after coming here, she was always sick, and her body was getting weaker and weaker. After she walked into the house, no one in the house looked at her. Ling Jing lowered her head, quietly walked to the corner of the house, and sat in the corner covered with paper. After sitting down, she curled up into a ball, hugging her legs, and wrapped her dirty and torn cotton clothes around herself. The people around her all had a cold expression, no one cared about anyone else, quietly guarding their positions. The people here had not eaten for many days, and every day they could only get a bottle of water and a bun. The food was the food that Hu Daba and his men found in the warehouse after carefully sneaking into the Green Mountain base to avoid the madman. Now, the entire temporary base was worried about food. The land could not be used for planting plants, and the food storage would not last long. Lan Lu, Chang Qingqing, and the others had to find a solution before the food ran out. Otherwise, they could only leave this place and try their luck at other bases. How many days can the remaining food last? Lan Lu scratched his head, frowning and asked. According to the current food intake, at most a month. Chang Qingqing also frowned and said. Hearing this news, everyone's faces sank. On the other side, Lin Gong walked and stopped from time to time. Occasionally, she would climb onto a tall tree or the top of a mountain to sniff the scent. She followed the scent of the humans and headed toward the Green Mountain base. Wu Qingyue signed the contract with Lin Qiao the next day after he arrived at the Universal Base. He had also returned to normal. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. Standing on the roadside of the agricultural base of Universal Base, he looked at the fields on both sides of the road that were filled with seedlings that contained vitality. Wu Qingyue really wanted to take this piece of land, if it wasn't for this female zombie. He didn't know that this piece of land was saved by Lin Qiao with the lake water of the space. Wu Qingyue thought that there must be some kind of substance in this piece of land that prevented the pollution from invading. But looking at the replanted seedlings, it seemed that the previous crops had also been damaged. Alright, you've seen it. Can we go now? Lin Qiao saw the flash of light in his eyes and could roughly guess what he was thinking. In this situation, anyone who saw a piece of land that could grow normal crops would want to take it for themselves. If it was her, it would be the same. Wu Qingyue turned his head to look at her and said with a faint smile, "Then Chief Lu, please don't forget the requirements of the contract." Lin Qiao pursed her lips and said, "Don't worry. I wonder when Chief Wu plans to leave. Since the contract had been signed, take care." Wu Qingyue said with a smile, "I don't plan to go back for the time being. Then I can only disturb you in your base." Lin Qiao was stunned, then looked at him with a cold face. "Chief Wu, shouldn't you be very busy in the base? Isn't it not good to just leave like this? Right now, the buildings in the major bases have been destroyed by zombies or crazy psychics, and there are many places to rebuild. And so many people have died, they still need to comfort the survivors and so on. They also need to keep an eye on the psychics in the base to prevent them from suddenly acting up. There was also the matter of food and so on, they were already busy enough. But now this Wu Qingyue obviously wanted to abandon his base and was preparing to stay on her side. "I'm not in a hurry, why are you in a hurry? What's more, I'm not the only leader in Sea City. Now that I'm on a business trip, the matters in the base will naturally be handed over to them. Isn't this normal?" Wu Qingyue just smiled gently and raised his eyebrows, looking at Lin Qiao. But looking at his smile, Lin Qiao felt that the other party's smile had a hidden meaning. "And, it's indeed normal. Then do as you wish, I won't accompany you." She was very busy. She shrugged, turned around and got into her own car behind her. Wu Qingyue watched her enter the car, then got into his own car. After returning to the base office, Xie Dong came back with the information from the rat nest. It seems that these rats ran out of the ground because they were scared. Sure enough, animals are much more vigilant than humans. Looking at the new information written on the report. The range, speed, and number of the rats, as well as the changes in the level of these mutated rats. You didn't see any level 6 rats. The highest level is only level 5. Lin Qiao looked at the data on the report, raised her head and glanced at Xie Dong, who was sitting opposite. Xie Dong nodded expressionlessly and said, "So far, I haven't seen any above level 6, but there are many level 5 rats." Lin Qiao looked at what was written on the report. The number of level 5 mutated rats had already reached 3 digits. More than 100. Her eyes flashed. Among so many level 5 rats, it was impossible that there were no level 6 rats. Maybe there were really level 7 rats. But when these mutated rats go crazy, they can only kill a few rats of the same level. The scenes that she had observed these days flashed in her mind. The mutated rats with red eyes that attacked their own kind were very destructive and lethal. At that time, when a level 5 mutated rat went crazy, it was just like a wild boar, jumping and biting randomly. The body of a level 5 mutated rat was bigger than a pig, and its teeth and claws were harder than steel. It could almost kill a level 3 or 4 mutated rat with one claw. It could crush the skull of a level 5 mutated rat with one bite. When this level 5 mutated rat went crazy, it caused a little bit of chaos in the huge rat colony. Later, it was surrounded and bitten to death by dozens of level 5 mutated rats. Then the other rat corpses that were bitten to death by this crazy mutated rat were quickly eaten by its companions. That's right, these rats would not let the corpses of their companions go to waste. Because of the lack of food, they would also eat their own kind. Chapter 864. But even so, there were no level 6 mutated rats. Because of these crazy mutated rats, the expansion of the rat colony has slowed down. But it's still spreading and hasn't stopped. This area is now deserted. Xie Dong took out the map and drew a circle with a pen. Then he spread the map on her desk and pointed at the circle with a pen. So the disaster of these rats was still there. What a terrible thing. Lin Qiao frowned with a headache and said, "Keep an eye on them. After the situation in the base stabilizes, let Qiu Lily bring long-range zombies to clean them up." Xie Dong nodded. Lin Qiao said, "That's it for now." Xie Dong immediately stood up, put away his documents and turned to leave. He had just walked to the door when he bumped into Lu Jun, who was about to come in. But this time the two didn't bump into each other. Lu Jun was also looking down at the data in his hand. He felt someone walking toward him as soon as he entered the door. He immediately looked up and saw Xie Dong, who had a tough face and was expressionless. He smiled and nodded at him as a greeting. Xie Dong nodded back expressionlessly. Lu Jun swayed her ponytail and went straight in. However, when the two of them brushed past each other, Lu Jun's long hair accidentally brushed against Xie Dong's face. Xie Dong, Lu Jun, who didn't know he had brushed against Lin Qiao's face, put the documents on her desk and sat on the chair in front of the desk. "If you want to expand the scale, I suggest you exchange some seeds with High City. Anyway, their land can't be planted now, why not let us plant the seeds?" Lu Jun said. Lin Qiao finished reading the documents in her hand, signed them, and put them aside. Then he reached for the papers she had left on the table, opened them and looked at them. Thinking that she would have to argue with Wu Qingyue again, and thinking about the man's unstable behavior these 2 days, Lin Qiao felt tired. "Well, I know. I will try to help you," she said with a sigh. Lu Jun looked at her confused expression and smiled. It seems that he hasn't given up. Lin Qiao glanced at her and said, I always feel that the man seems to be on his period recently. His mood is unstable. Lu Jun said, this matter will only benefit Haiqing, there's no harm in it. He has no reason not to agree. They provided the seeds, and the universal life base provided the land and manpower to plant the seeds. The harvest could be split 30% to 60%. For Sea City, which did not have any land to plant, the seeds would grow moldy if they were left in their hands, so they might as well cooperate with the universal base. Lin Qiao thought about it and said, but we don't have enough people. How strong are the level 2 zombies? Lu Jun nodded. Simple things can still be done. Huli and Pit are more patient. After teaching for so many days, these level 2 zombies are now very proficient. However, if he wanted to expand the planting area, he would need to add in more zombies. They didn't talk for long before Lu Jun left. When Lin Qiao finished his work, he looked up at the sky. He found it was dark again. She put down her pen and stood up. However, the moment she stood up, her vision suddenly darkened. Lin Qiao quickly used her hand to hold the table to stabilize her body. After 2 or 3 seconds, the scene appeared in front of her again. She frowned, took a deep breath and stood up straight. After confirming that the dizziness had completely disappeared, she lifted her legs and walked out. Call Lin Hao to my dorm. Lin Qiao said to Shen Yuzhen after going out. Yes. Shen Yuzhen looked at her with some doubt and worry, but didn't dare to ask. She turned around to find someone to pass the message, and quickly followed Lin Qiao downstairs. The base's government building was no longer in the school area. It took 10 to 20 minutes to drive from the government building to the hotel where Lin Qiao lived. After getting in the car, Lin Qiao leaned against the back of the seat and squinted her eyes. She didn't know why. After the dizziness, she felt that something was wrong. There was a dull pain in her chest that slowly spread from her heart, but it didn't feel very serious. But this gave Lin Qiao a bad premonition, but she couldn't figure out what the problem was. She could only wait for Lin Hao to come and see the result. Not long after, Wu Qingyue received the news that Lin Hao quietly went to the base leader's dorm. What did you say? What time is it? Why would he go there? The smile on Wu Qingyue's face disappeared, and he slightly frowned and asked. I'm not sure, is there something wrong with Leader Lu's body? But she is a zombie, can Dr. Lin help her? There were only 2 people in the room, so Xiao Liqing didn't care and directly said Lin Qiao's identity. Hearing him say this, Wu Qingyue felt a little uncomfortable because of the contact between the 2 people suddenly disappeared, and there was a faint bad feeling. He frowned, thinking that the female zombie was fine during the day. Was there something wrong with the child? Didn't they say that it had already stabilized? Thinking of this, Wu Qingyue's heart was a little confused. But he still calmly said to Xiao Liqing, you pay attention first, don't get too close and attract the enemy's attention. Xiao Liqing nodded and retreated. Wu Qingyue turned around and went into the bedroom, and saw a small bag lying under the quilt on the bed. He walked over and pulled down the quilt on Wu Yueling's face, so that she could breathe more smoothly. Wu Yueling was sleeping very soundly, and she didn't feel anything about her papa's movements. Wu Qingyue silently retreated to the living room, and stood by the window. He kept thinking about what he had just heard about the female zombie. On the other side, after Lin Qiao arrived at the residence, she frowned more and more. She asked the others to go out, and she sat in the living room and waited. The dull pain in her chest made her feel a little relieved, at least it was not a stomach discomfort. So little man should be fine. Soon, Lin Hao came. He walked in with a medical box and sat on the sofa next to her. What's wrong? What happened? He asked. Lin Qiao pressed her chest and said, it's not very comfortable here, and I just blacked out. In fact, the medical box that Lin Hao brought was basically useless. After hearing Lin Qiao's words, he also frowned. Why don't you go directly to my consultation room and have a check? As he spoke, he stood up and said, lie down first, I'll take a look at the child. Lin Qiao was originally sitting on the sofa, so she turned around and lay down as soon as she lifted her legs. After Lin Hao put a pillow behind her neck, he carefully lifted her clothes, revealing a slightly bulging lower abdomen. Chapter 865. When Wu Qingyue appeared on the balcony of Lin Qiao's dormitory, he saw the female zombie lying on the sofa, lifting her clothes to let Lin Hao touch her stomach. His eyes turned cold, but he didn't move. He just stood on the balcony and looked at them coldly, staring at Lin Hao's hand. Although seeing Lin Hao's hand touching the female zombie's stomach made his heart burn with anger, but he also noticed the two people slightly frowning. From their expressions, it could be seen that the two people were in a serious mood. As if feeling a chill all over his body, Lin Hao subconsciously raised his head and looked around, only to see a figure standing outside the balcony. Who's there? When he came in, there was no one on the balcony. Lin Hao's eyes turned cold. Lin Qiao closed her eyes and said, don't mind him. How is it? Then she opened her eyes and asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao turned his head to look at Lin Qiao, then looked at the balcony and saw that the person had opened the balcony door and walked in. Lin Hao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wu Qingyue's mysterious smiling face. He stared at the person without changing his expression. Leader Wu, this is our leader's private residence. It doesn't seem to be convenient for you to appear here. When he entered, Lin Qiao calmly sat up and put down her clothes to cover her stomach. It's so late, why did Leader Wu come here? She looked over. Wu Qingyue expressionlessly walked in, calmly sat on the sofa next to Lin Qiao, then looked at Lin Hao. How is she? Lin Hao couldn't keep his expression, then he forced himself to roll his eyes and said, the little one is fine for now, the big one. I don't know. Lin Qiao first looked at Wu Qingyue, who naturally sat beside her, with a strange expression. She really wanted to say, who allowed you to sit here? What's with your expression as if this is your own home? Hearing Lin Hao's answer, Lin Qiao felt relieved. As long as the little one was fine. Wu Qingyue coldly smiled and said, it's normal that you don't know, after all, Dr. Lin isn't good enough to treat zombies. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, of course he could hear the ridicule in the other's words. But he didn't care, and expressionlessly said, that might not be true. At least for now, I'm the only one who knows her situation the best. He did not want to talk to Wu Qingyue anymore, so he shifted his gaze to Lin Qiao's face. He asked, how do you feel now? If it's possible, follow me to the medical department for a checkup. However, he couldn't see it clearly just by touching it with his hands. He needed to use an instrument to look at the situation in Lin Qiao's stomach. Hearing him say that, Lin Qiao frowned again, thought for a moment, and said, let's go tomorrow, as long as the child is fine. If it wasn't the baby's problem, then it was her problem. As for her problem, even if she went to the medical department, it would be useless. Those machines couldn't find anything on her body. Go now, the expressionless Wu Qingyue suddenly said. Lin Qiao frowned and looked at him. He tried to hold it in, but in the end, he couldn't help but say coldly, Chief Wu, are you giving me an order? You treat me as your subordinate. Wu Qingyue turned to look at her. For some reason, he could smell a faint fragrance in his nose. It smelled good and had a familiar feeling. He felt like he had smelled it somewhere before. Suppressing this doubt at the bottom of his heart, he showed a gentle smile and said to her, you heard wrong. Lin Hao saw that Lin Qiao didn't want to go to the medical department with him, so he suddenly stood on Wu Qingyue's side and nodded, I think you should go with me now. Isn't procrastination the most taboo in seeing a doctor? Lin Qiao glanced at Lin Hao and pursed her lips. This brat dared to undermine her in front of Wu Qingyue. What happened to being on the same side? What do you mean by changing sides now? Both men were worried about her body, but the second outbreak of the apocalypse recently might have some effect on her. These days, Lin Hao had been doing research with Lang Xiantong, so he didn't have time to properly check up on Lin Qiao. Although zombies didn't seem to be afraid of exhaustion, Lin Qiao's body was in a special period, so special treatment was needed. Lin Qiao really didn't think it was necessary to go to the medical department so late at night. It would be fine if she went tomorrow. She really didn't want to go out again, and she did feel a little tired. Seeing that she was frowning and wanted to say something to refuse, Wu Qingyue suddenly stood up. Lin Qiao only felt that he moved, and suddenly her vision went dark. Then, she was suddenly grabbed by the waist and legs, and was carried up in a princess carry. What are you going to do? Lin Qiao's body stiffened. After she reacted, she immediately glared at Wu Qingyue, who was carrying her steadily. Put me down. After Wu Qingyue carried her, he suddenly felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. After feeling Lin Qiao's stiffness, he looked down and continued to smile at her. Don't move. We're going to the medical department now. Lin Qiao's eyes turned cold, and she sneered at him while gritting her teeth. Put me down. This bastard dared to carry her so casually. After saying that, she saw that Wu Qingyue didn't move and was about to walk out. Lin Qiao immediately straightened her waist, pulled back her leg, and raised her elbow to hit this bastard. In the end, when she used her strength, the dull pain in her chest suddenly turned into an intense pain. Wu Qingyue was originally guarding against her resistance and attack. When she moved, he suddenly tightened his arms, preparing to wrap her tightly. In the end, he didn't expect that the strength that she had just used would suddenly disappear. Then, he heard Lin Qiao's almost inaudible snort. Hey! What's wrong? Wu Qingyue was shocked and immediately looked at her face. He saw that she was frowning and her eyes were closed. Even her body unconsciously curled up into a ball. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hearing Wu Qingyue's slightly panicked voice, Lin Hao, who was about to say that he did a good job, was stunned for a moment and suddenly reacted. Wu Qingyue hurriedly put her back on the sofa, and the smile on his face disappeared. He stared at Lin Qiao. I don't know. I didn't do anything. It was just a hug. What's wrong? Let me take a look first. Lin Hao didn't care anymore. Seeing that he put her back on the sofa, he pushed him to the side. He squeezed in front of Lin Qiao to look at her. Lin Qiao laid down on the sofa and softened. She let out a deep breath. The pain just now was only for a moment, so when Wu Qingyue nervously put her down, the pain had already disappeared. There was only a small throbbing pain in her chest. Lin Hao saw that she subconsciously clutched her chest tightly, and his brows immediately twisted. He couldn't help but press his hand over as well. He was ready to try using his special ability, but he didn't know if it would work. In the end, before his hand could touch Lin Qiao's chest, it was grabbed by another hand. What are you doing? Chapter 866. What am I doing, treating a patient? Lin Hao didn't react for a moment. After a few seconds, he suddenly realized which part of his sister he was about to touch. Oh, okay. That part was a bit, but he was a doctor. He couldn't feel a lot of things without touching. At this moment, Lin Qiao gently waved their hands away. Then, she relaxed her eyebrows and sat up. The whites of her eyes had turned completely black. In the darkness, two fluorescent green pupils shone with a cold light. She raised her head and looked at Wu Qingyue coldly. She said in a cold voice, "Don't touch me casually." The moment she spoke, the pain in her heart seemed to twitch again. Her eyebrows trembled again. This man hugged her without her permission, which made her very unhappy. Although she didn't really dislike it, she just felt very unhappy. Wu Qingyue stood up. When he faced the alienating indifference in Lin Qiao's eyes, he inexplicably panicked. He raised his hand slightly and made a gesture of surrender. He took a step back and said, "Okay, I understand." Lin Qiao pressed her chest and said to Lin Hao, "If it's my problem, then human equipment is useless to me. I'll go into the space and deal with it myself. Don't worry. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng will take care of the base's affairs for the next few days. Pass the order for me." Seeing that she said so, Lin Hao could only take a step back. "Oh, okay then." Lin Qiao stood up and disappeared into thin air before the two of them. Lin Hao sighed and turned to look at the expressionless Wu Qingyue. He raised his eyebrows, picked up his medical kit, and turned to leave. Wu Qingyue looked at the place where Lin Qiao had disappeared. His eyes were calm. But no one could tell what he was thinking. After watching for a while, he also turned to the balcony and disappeared into the night. After entering the space, Lin Qiao appeared directly by the lake. She released a cloud of black fog to wrap herself up and quickly took off her clothes. Then, she stepped into the water with her bare feet and walked down while holding her throbbing chest. She didn't know why, but the abnormal pain in her chest made the bad feeling in her heart more and more obvious. Following her instincts, she just wanted to go to the bottom of the lake and use the power of the lake to suppress this feeling. Lin Qiao could vaguely feel that the effects of the lake water could alleviate her current situation. The zombies who were busy farming in her space suddenly sensed Lin Qiao's presence and turned their heads to look at the direction of the lake. Then, he saw a mass of black fog, which then slowly moved into the bottom of the lake. Lu Tianyi looked at the black fog in confusion. He knew that Lu Tianyi was there. He didn't pay much attention to her as he watched her enter the water. After Lin Qiao entered the water, he absorbed the energy in the lake into his body while swimming to the bottom of the lake like a fish. By the time she reached the bottom of the lake, her body had already been wrapped in a thick green energy ball. The energy in the water entered her body and quickly gathered at her heart, brain, and lower abdomen. When Lin Qiao concentrated the energy into his body, the zombies on the surface of the lake felt the pressure from the lake lighten, and then disappeared. When the energy of the lake gathered at his heart, the pain in his heart slowly subsided. Lin Qiao finally let out a sigh of relief. As he relaxed, a wave of sleepiness slowly attacked him. Lin Qiao lost consciousness unknowingly. When Lin Qiao entered the state of recovery under the lake, the zombies on the shore still didn't know what was going on. The next day, Lin Hao brought Lin Qiao's words to Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng. Then, while worrying about Lin Qiao's situation, he absent-mindedly went to do research. Wu Qingyue called Xiao Liqing and Kong Qingming over to discuss the next step. "I think that since the base has a way to solve the problem of the land, the other party may not be willing to give us this method. Why don't we rent a piece of land from them and plant it ourselves?" After thinking about it, Kong Qingming suggested. "I've seen it. Lu Tianyu's cultivation base is now full of zombies, there are no humans. If we want to rent it, our people will appear there and they will definitely find those zombies. I don't think in this situation, she will agree to rent the land to us." Wu Qingyue sat on the sofa and smiled faintly after listening to Kong Qingming's proposal. "All zombies. That's true. If it were me, I wouldn't agree to rent it out either." Kong Qingming listened and thought about it. "Why don't we provide the seeds to them, and let them plant it themselves? We will take back about 30 to 40% of the harvest. This way, no one will lose out," Xiao Liqing said after thinking about it. Wu Qingyue nodded at this time, his smile deepening a little. He said, I think so too. The other two looked at him and suddenly understood something. Kong Qingming's eyes flashed and said with a smile, Leader, you actually had this idea a long time ago. I guessed right, you had already thought of this before coming to the base. That's why you asked me to prepare so many seeds. I thought you were going to use them to make a deal with them. Wu Qingyue just smiled at him and didn't say anything. The two of them immediately understood what he meant. Obviously, this man had thought of this a long time ago. Okay, I'll go talk to Yuan Tianqing and the others. Kong Qingming nodded and smiled with a sigh of relief. And, we can't take less than 30% of the harvest in the future. Wu Qingyue nodded. Kong Qingming also nodded, understood. This time, with the outbreak of the apocalypse, I'm afraid the population of the other bases will riot. Especially the bases in the southwest, I think the people who stayed behind will all leave this time. Xiao Liqing opened his mouth to talk about the situation of the other bases. Their sea city had a lot of new survivors during this period of time, they all came from the south or southwest. Most of them were survivors from the two major bases, Earth Dragon Base and Hidden Cloud City. Originally, they could all join the Universal Base, but who asked the people in charge here to be old subordinates of the Netherworld King's base? Even if they had the thick skin, they still had to consider whether or not the other side was willing to take them in. Therefore, the better choice, of course, was the Sea City next to the Universal Base. Sea City originally had a lot of people, and it had reached a state of saturation. In the end, with the sudden evolution of the virus, the population directly decreased by 40%. Therefore, the previous saturation problem disappeared. It was just that some people might still set their sights on the Universal Base. But their intentions might not be so pure. This was a new base. If they killed everyone in this base, they wouldn't be able to survive. Then wouldn't this base directly become theirs? Chapter 867. At this time, a group of people from Hidden Cloud City and Earth Dragon Base were gathered at the intersection of Uptown and Haiqing District, discussing where to go. Have you figured out the situation of Universal Base? Can you do it? According to the information from Haiqing, the base is in Uptown. Plus, the number of survivors has only joined 3 times. The total number of people added up to about 10,000. Many people must have died. I think there are only a few thousand people there. Most importantly, they don't have many psychics. I heard that the female leader is a level 7 poison psychic. I'm afraid she won't be easy to deal with. What are you afraid of? You don't have to use force to deal with a woman. We can do it with our hearts, can't we? And you can do it with your kidneys. I heard that the woman is pretty good looking, you mean, seduce her. Then make her fall in love with you. When she loses her guard, kill her. Not me. Sui Chen, you go. You can use your looks. Yeah, Sui Chen, you're the prettiest in our group. You have a higher chance of success. I agree. Sui Chen, you go. The group of people all looked at a handsome man in his 20s with a good temperament. Sui Chen was stunned, then smiled. Are you asking me to fight with Wu Qingyue from Haiqing for her? Why do I feel like I don't have much hope? One of them said carelessly, now everyone knows that Wu Qingyue has been chasing her for so long. It must be that the woman isn't interested in his smiling type. I think you're pretty good. Handsome, which woman doesn't like your type? Look at the women in our team, which one doesn't want to climb into your bed? As he said that, he pretended to look at Sui Chen with disdain, right? I think you've tasted all of these women, ha ha ha. The smile on Sui Chen's face immediately turned lewd, too little, not enough to play with. But after hearing what you said, I'm interested in the female leader. Thinking about pressing a level 7 female psychic on top of me, that feels pretty good. Everyone immediately began to laugh in an indecent manner. Not long after, the Universal Base immediately received news that a group of outsiders were heading towards their base. The ones in the southwest should be the people from Hidden Cloud City and the Earth Dragon. How many people? Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng sat in the office and asked Li Zheng. Li Zheng said, there are quite a number of them, about 3,000 or 4,000. From the looks of it, they were all from the corpse hunters, not the army. There should have been more than this. They are led by several level 6 ability users, and there are quite a few ability users in this group. Level 6. How many? Lin Feng asked. 7, Li Zheng replied. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing exchanged glances. A hint of vigilance flashed across their eyes. If 7 level 6 arcanists joined their base, they would not be much of a threat, but they still had to guard against them. Keep an eye on them. It's best to figure out their true intentions. If you just want to join our base, of course we welcome you. I'm just afraid that they have ulterior motives, Yuan Tianqing said. I'm keeping an eye on him, Li Zheng said. They had indeed sent people to keep an eye on that group of people. Let them come. Even if they have ulterior motives, they need to have the ability to do so. We're not afraid, Lin Feng said indifferently. Yuan Tianqing thought about it and agreed. They had fewer people now, but there were many zombies. Moreover, there were many strong zombies. What was there to be afraid of? If they dared to cause trouble, they could just chase them out. Right, has Haiqing counted the number of seeds they gave? How many mu of land can they plant? Lin Feng suddenly asked Yuan Tianqing. Lu Jun hasn't sorted it out yet, but it should be soon, Yuan Tianqing said. Lu Jun has already mentioned this to the leader, and the leader originally had the same idea. I didn't expect them to come to us before we even found Haiqing, Lin Feng said expressionlessly. But his tone showed that he was in a good mood. Actually, it's normal for them to think that way. If other places can't be planted, then our land will become very precious in the future, Yuan Tianqing said with a faint smile. Right now, all the major bases had no way to deal with the virus-infected land. It wasn't just Haiqing that was eyeing Haiqing's land, other bases would also look over in the future. At that time, there would be many ulterior motives mixed in with these gazes. On the other side, in the temporary base of Qingshan Base, Ling Jing was walking back upstairs with water and a hard bun. As she walked, there was a sudden commotion from above. Not good, he's crazy. Everyone, don't get close. Get out of here quickly. Go down, dash, bang dash, boom dash, Ling Jing was stunned. She didn't hear the sound from above, so she stopped in a daze and looked at the people running down with messy footsteps. The people running down looked a little panicked, but there weren't many other emotions. When the people ran down, some didn't even look at Ling Jing, and some pretended not to see her. There were also people who felt that she was blocking the way and pushed her away. Don't block the way. Ling Jing didn't expect to be pushed, and her body bumped into the iron railing beside her. She felt a dull pain in her waist, and she frowned. Go down, don't stay here. There's a level 4 arcanist up there going crazy. A woman who was staying in the same room as Ling Jing saw her and casually mentioned it to her. After that, she ignored her and ran away. Hearing someone say that there was an arcanist going crazy, Ling Jing also knew what was going on. She immediately endured the pain in her waist and turned to run down. On the way down, she was bumped into a few people. By the time Ling Jing reached the bottom of the building with the crowd, the commotion downstairs had slowly subsided. It seemed that the people from the base had gone up to settle it. Ling Jing panted. After running for a while, she felt weak and dizzy. She opened the water in her hand and drank a few mouthfuls to calm her breathing. Suddenly, someone bumped into her, and she almost dropped the water in her hand. "TSK, don't stand here and block the way, okay?" A cold voice sounded beside her. Ling Jing turned her head and saw that it was also someone who lived with her. However, the other party's attitude had always been very unfriendly, and every time he saw her, he would make a few sarcastic remarks. It was the same now. She was clearly standing to the side, and she wouldn't be in the way at all. It was fine that this person bumped into her, but he still blamed her. Chapter 868. Ling Jing glared at her angrily, but didn't say anything. "Yo, what are you staring at? What are you staring at? Do you know that you look as ugly as a ghost when you stare like that?" The other party was a young woman who looked to be in her late 20s. She wasn't considered good-looking, but she wasn't ugly either. She was just a little prettier than an ordinary person, and she was also young. However, she wasn't as good-looking as Ling Jing. If it wasn't for Ling Jing's poor health that caused her complexion to look bad, she would definitely look better than this woman. There were two men standing next to the woman. These two men were currently staring at Ling Jing with an evil and greedy gaze. Ling Jing's stomach rolled uncomfortably under the other party's stare. She frowned slightly. "How can you say she looks like a ghost? Are you jealous? She looks prettier than you, hee hee." One of the men suddenly raised his hand and pushed the woman to the side. Then, he stared at Ling Jing's body and said with a grin. The woman's face darkened. After twisting for a moment, she suddenly laughed sarcastically. "Yes, that's right. I really don't look as good as her. But I'm young. Look at her, she could fall with a single gust of wind. I don't even know if she can live to see tomorrow. Sickly beauty is also beautiful, this way. It makes people feel more protective of the fairer sex, isn't it?" The other man also laughed. When he talked about feeling protective of the fairer sex, he looked at Lin Chao's chest with a hungry gaze. He even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Ling Jing's body stiffened from his action. Goosebumps rose all over her body. She immediately took a few steps back, wanting to pull away from these people. "Hey, sickly beauty, where do you want to go?" The two men immediately moved to her side and blocked her way. "Yeah, it's too dangerous outside now. It's better not to run around," the other man also said with a smile. Although these two men were ordinary people, they looked sturdy and tall. They also looked very boorish. She didn't know how many days it had been since they last bathed. A rancid and sour stench assaulted her stomach. "What do you want?" Ling Jing covered her nose. Seeing the two men blocking her way, she immediately stared at them vigilantly. The woman seemed to know what the two men wanted to do, and a dark light suddenly flashed in her eyes. She looked left and right and whispered to the two men. "Hurry up and take them away. No one from the base is here." The people she was talking about were the guards. As soon as the two men heard it, they immediately moved quickly. Before Ling Jing could react, one of their big hands covered her mouth, and the other two immediately pulled Ling Jing's arm and dragged her to the corner of the alley. "Oh! Woo woo woo!" Ling Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately struggled when he regained his senses. However, she was a sickly woman. How could she be a match for two strong men? No matter how hard she kicked and struggled, she couldn't loosen the grip on her arm. Although the surrounding people saw this scene, they immediately looked away and pretended not to see it. It had nothing to do with them, and it was better to avoid trouble than to get involved in other people's business. At this time, Hu Daba, who was guarding outside the temporary base, was squatting on a mutated tree and chewing on a piece of grass. Suddenly, his expression changed and he stood up on the branch. Roar, alert. In less than 2 seconds, Hudaba immediately roared. The surrounding zombies immediately showed a vigilant expression. Then, they felt an irresistible pressure coming over. Upstairs, Chongqingqing and Lan Lu were sitting in the temporary office. Suddenly, her expression also changed. She stood up and ran to the window to look outside. Chongqingqing and Lan Lu were sitting in the temporary office upstairs. Suddenly, her expression changed. She stood up abruptly and ran to the window to take a look. What's wrong? Lan Lu saw her abnormal look and asked curiously. Something's coming. The expression on Chongqingqing's pretty face became serious. He saw that the group of zombies led by Hudaba was in a state of martial law. The group of zombies led by Hudaba were in a state of martial law. He saw that the zombies led by Hudaba were in a state of martial law. Where did the level 1 king zombies come from? Lan Lu was confused, but he was not very nervous. It was just 2 level 1 king zombies, he was not worried. Then he saw the 2 level 2 king zombies stopped a few hundred meters away from their temporary base. He did not know what they were going to do. They stopped. Chongqingqing's face was calm, and she did not show any emotions even though the 2 level 1 king zombies had stopped moving. Roar dash, Hudaba jumped to the roof of a nearby building and roared at the 2 level 6 zombies. His voice was filled with warning and expulsion. At this time Mo and Yi Qingxian were a little surprised. They looked at each other and saw a trace of confusion in each other's dark eyes. What was going on? Were these people also protected by zombies? They thought that only the base had zombies and humans coexisting. They did not expect it to be the same here. Neither of them dared to confirm it. What was the relationship between the zombies and these people? Looking at the people in the base, they also had a very strong aura. Obviously, they were stronger than the zombies outside. So, they were not being reared by the zombies. Was it the same as the base? Just when Hudaba, Chongqingqing, and Lan Lu, who were the strongest people, were attracted by the 2 level 1 king zombies, there was a black shadow following Ling Jing's aura and was quickly approaching her position. Woo dash, Ling Jing struggled but could not get rid of it. In the end, she could only open her mouth and bite the hand that was covering her mouth. "Aw, motherfucker, you dare to bite me. Fuck." The man who was bitten screamed in pain and suddenly stopped. He quickly pulled out the hand that was bitten by Ling Jing. Ling Jing bit down harshly, using all the strength in his body. The man's hand was bitten. The man pulled his hand, and in an instant, a piece of skin was bitten off. "Aw dash," the man screamed in pain again. The veins on his forehead bulged. He was so angry that he could not help but slap Ling Jing's face. "Paw dash, bitch. How dare you bite me? I will let you bite something bigger later." After saying that, he used the hand that was bitten to grab Ling Jing's chest. However, because Ling Jing's clothes were too thick, he did not manage to grab anything. "Aw, let go of me. Let go, help, help, woo-woo." Ling Jing's mouth loosened and she immediately began to yell. But soon, the man covered her mouth again. The young woman who lived with Ling Jing was carefully observing the back. When she suddenly heard Ling Jing scream, she was startled. She immediately turned around and scolded the 2 men in a panic. "Don't let her make a sound, you 2 idiots. Do you want to be discovered?" The man who was bitten said angrily, "Got it. Motherfucker, this woman dared to bite me. Wait for me to kill you." Just like that, they dragged Ling Jing into an abandoned house at the side. Chapter 869. Ling Jing struggled angrily and desperately, but her strength gradually ran out. Her heart sank to the bottom, and her whole body felt cold. What to do? What to do? Someone save her. Although she hoped that someone would save her, on the other hand, she knew that in this post-apocalyptic world, no one would save a stranger who had nothing to do with them. She was not familiar with anyone here, nor did she have a good relationship with anyone. So, no one would come to save her. She did not expect that from China to the Mongolian race, and then from the Mongolian race to here, she still could not survive in this chaotic post-apocalyptic world. Puff, the two men dragged Ling Jing into the house, and the woman behind immediately closed the door. I will gag her mouth, and then you can play with her however you want. The woman took out a dirty towel, and then walked towards Ling Jing with a smile. Woo woo, woo woo. Ling Jing did not give up, but she did not have much strength left, so she did not struggle much. She stared fiercely at the woman walking towards her, as if she wanted to eat the other party. She did not know how she had offended this woman, but after living together with her, this woman's attitude had always been like this. This woman usually did not get along with her in the dormitory, and she did not care about all kinds of sarcastic remarks. Later on, when she was annoyed, she would either avoid her. In the dormitory, she would usually not stay alone with her. She did not expect that this woman would actually help these two men to harm her. Her heart was too vicious. At this time, the woman stood to the side and looked down at her, with a proud face. She mocked her. Usually you will look weak to attract pity from others, and you still think that you are so beautiful. All day long, you only think about seducing men. Fortunately, Captain Juan does not like you. Otherwise, you may not even be able to give birth to a child and die. Captain Juan was the security team leader in charge of this area, called Wan Wuxing, a level 4 water ability user. Because Ling Jing was usually sick, he would occasionally bring her a bottle of water to take care of her. In fact, this was only Wan Wuxing's responsibility as the leader of the base's security department, and there was not much selfishness in it. However, this young woman had already taken a fancy to Wan Wuxing. So when she saw that Wan Wuxing would occasionally give water to Ling Jing, she couldn't help feeling jealous. Clean water was also very precious in the base. When Ling Jing heard this, she suddenly understood. She wanted to loudly tell the other party that there was nothing between her and Captain Juan, so don't blame it on her. But before she could speak, the woman crumpled the towel in her hand into a ball and stuffed it into her mouth. Woo woo woo, she felt a sour, salty, and bitter taste in her mouth, making her stomach churn again. The two men held her down as they began to tear off her clothes. At this moment, a black shadow flashed by outside the window. Bang! The door that was originally closed by the young woman was suddenly smashed open. The door was pushed back and hit the wall. The huge movement behind them startled the 4 people in the room. The young woman and the 2 men turned to look at the door at the same time. In the end, before they could see anything, they only saw a black shadow with a few metallic luster flashing in front of them. Pu-pu-pu, the slight sound of flesh being cut rang in the air, and the room became quiet. The woman and the 2 men maintained the posture of turning their heads and widened their eyes, but their bodies were stiff and motionless. Then, they saw that the clothes on their necks were slowly overflowing with blood-red color. Feeling that something was wrong, Ling Jing quickly regained her senses. She took the opportunity to struggle and found that the 2 men had let go of their hands. She hurriedly grabbed the messy clothes in front of her chest and climbed up. She used her hand to pull the towel out of her mouth. She instinctively hid to the side in a safe position. When she hid behind a shabby table, she gasped for breath. Thump, 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 the sound of something falling to the ground was heard. Ling Jing uneasily stuck her head out from behind the table and saw that the 3 men had fallen to the ground, motionless. But when she saw a black shadow at the side, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and open her mouth. It was a huge black panther. It sat on the empty space at the side with its two forelimbs propping up its two ears and quietly looked at her, its tail wagging behind it. The Black Panther's fur was very smooth and glossy black. Its muscles were smooth and strong, and its eyes flashed with a cold light. Ling Jing felt a chill all over her body being stared at by the panther. She thought that the panther would pounce on her in the next moment and bite her neck. She stared at it stiffly and didn't dare to move. They stared at each other like this for a while, and suddenly, the Black Panther moved. It stood up and slowly moved towards Ling Jing with its front paws. Ling Jing suddenly widened her eyes and almost stopped breathing. The fear in her heart made her unable to move, but she couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. There was only one thought left in her mind, and that was that she was about to be eaten by this huge Black Panther. Ling Jing watched the Black Panther get closer and couldn't help but close her eyes. Her heart was filled with despair as she waited for the arrival of death. She thought that being bitten to death was better than being raped to death by these two men. But after waiting for a while, Ling Jing was about to faint from fright, but she didn't feel the intense pain of being pounced on. She was at a loss for 2 seconds before she raised her head in confusion. She saw the Black Panther standing less than half a meter away from her, looking at her quietly. Ling Jing's heart was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why this panther was staring at her instead of eating her. Before she could think too much, she saw the panther suddenly stretch its head over. Ling Jing was startled and quickly closed his eyes again. In the next second, she felt a soft feeling of fur rubbing against the side of her face. Ling Jing opened her eyes in surprise and saw a black cat's face rubbing against the side of her face. What? What was going on? Ling Jing was a little confused, and the feeling of shock was unknowingly suppressed by confusion. The Black Panther used its forehead to kiss her a few times and pushed her with its head. Then, it took a step back and turned around. After taking a few steps out, it stopped and turned back to look at her. Ling Jing didn't understand what it was doing. Seeing that Ling Jing didn't move, the Black Panther swung its thick and long tail and swept her face. Then, it hooked her hand and pulled it out. Ling Jing felt its slight pulling force and couldn't help but have a strange thought flash through her mind. Did this panther save her just now? Did it want her to go with it now? After these two thoughts rose in her mind, she looked at the Black Panther with uncertainty. Chapter 870. Ling Jing could feel the Black Panther's kindness, so she stood up. But as soon as she stood up, she felt dizzy, and everything in front of her was flashing. Just when Ling Jing was about to faint, the Black Panther quickly turned around and used its back to support her. Ling Jing had just gone through a shock and struggled with all his might, causing his body to be unable to take it anymore. After feeling that the leopard wouldn't hurt her, she relaxed her mind and lost consciousness. On the other side, Lan Lu and the others were staring at the 2 level 1 king level zombies. They kept a safe distance, and Lan Lu didn't want to make a move until they got close to their base. Since Lan Lu didn't move, the others didn't dare to move either. Not long after, he suddenly saw a figure flash out from the side. That is. Chang Qingqing looked over and saw that the figure was holding a person in his arms. The other party was approaching the 2 level 1 king level zombies. That is a level 2 king level zombie. Lan Lu suddenly said. He is holding a person in his arms. Chang Qingqing frowned. I will go check it out. Lan Lu said and jumped out of the window, rushing towards the direction of the 3 king level zombies. If the other party didn't have a human in their arms, Lan Lu could ignore them. But the other party had obviously taken a human from their base, so he couldn't ignore them. Lin Kuei immediately sensed the Blue Land's movements. He didn't react much, just stopped on a building outside, holding the unconscious Ling Jing in his arms. He turned around and quietly watched as Lan Lu arrived in front of him. Mo and Yi Qingxian stood behind him vigilantly, staring at Lan Lu. Lan Lu stopped at the rooftop of the building opposite the three zombies. He stood at the edge of the rooftop and looked at the three quiet zombies. He squinted his eyes, and saw three pairs of dark eyes with different colors. He had dealt with zombies before, and judging from the situation in front of him, these three zombies did not show any hostility towards him. They just had an instinctive vigilance. Lan Lu didn't know what was going on with the three zombies, and he didn't know if they could communicate. So he asked tentatively, "You want to take her away?" He noticed that the way the second-grade Beast King was holding the person was a bit different. It didn't look like he was catching prey, but more like he was carefully protecting the person. Therefore, Lan Lu could immediately tell that the level 2 king would not harm the woman in his hands. Lin Ran nodded and did not make a sound. Lan Lu looked at him in surprise. "You can understand it. Looks like you're not an ordinary zombie. TSK, aren't you the same?" He is not an ordinary person. Which normal person would mingle with zombies? At this time, Yi Qingxian, who was behind Lin Kuei, sneered at Lan Lu. Hearing Yi Qingxian's hoarse and ear-piercing voice, Lan Lu smiled, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. "You guys are from the Universal Base, right? Can you tell me what is your relationship with her? Take her away from me. I want to know if it's safe for her to go with you." Yi Qingxian said, "At least it's safer than staying in your base, because we will protect her." In other words, she was not doing well in the base. Just look at the sickly expression on his face. Lan Lu was dazed. He thought for a while and asked, "So you are going to take her back to the Universal Base?" This time, Yi Qingxian didn't say anything, but Lin Ran nodded. Lan Lu nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "If that's the case, don't be in a hurry to leave. Why don't you come with us in 2 days? I remember that our base has just discussed a cooperation with your base. It's convenient for us to go together. What do you think?" Lei Qing and the others had come back with the conditions of the cooperation. However, Lin Ran didn't know about the cooperation because he wasn't in the base at that time. Lin Kuei looked at him blankly and didn't know what was going on. "Ah, you guys don't seem to know about this. How about I show you the contract?" Lan Lu guessed what Lin Kuei was thinking when he saw his expression. Lin Kuei thought for a while and nodded. He finally opened his mouth, and his voice was hoarse and ear-piercing, "Please." Lan Lu smiled and asked, "Do you want to rest in our base?" Lin Kuei shook his head and said, "No, thank you. We'll just wait outside." Lan Lu nodded and didn't insist. He said, "Okay, please wait a moment." Then, he turned around and went back to their base. Lin Kuei didn't have to wait long before Lan Lu returned. He had another short-haired woman with him. "This is the contract. You can see if your leader's signature is real." Lan Lu waved a document. Lin Kuei hugged Ling Jing and didn't move. Behind him, Mo, who had been expressionless and silent, walked out and took the document from Lan Lu. Then, he brought it back to Lin Kuei. Lin Kuei then handed Ling Jing to Yi Qingxian, who was next to him, and took the document to read. Seeing that it was indeed the signature of the female leader of the base, he nodded and passed the document to Mo, who then passed it back to Lan Lu. "When are you leaving?" he asked. Lan Lu said, "Tomorrow. The number of people has already been prepared, but the second virus outbreak has disrupted it." Lin Kuei nodded. "Okay, we'll appear tomorrow." Then, he turned around and hugged Ling Jing, then flew away with Mo and Yi Qingxian. On the other side of the base, all the zombies outside the base had been summoned to Wu Shan's cultivation base. Therefore, when Zui Chen and the people from Hidden Cloud City came over, they didn't encounter the zombie wall. Recently, the flow of people outside had been too chaotic. In order not to cause trouble, Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, Qiu Lily, and Elmar discussed and suggested to remove the zombie defense line outside the base. They brought all the zombies above level 3 into the base, especially the second base. However, disguises still had to be done. Clothes, sunglasses, hats, and so on had to be worn. Therefore, the survivors in the base didn't know when they started to see a large number of soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms, hats, and sunglasses appearing in the base. Moreover, these people were usually far away from the people in the base, maintaining a subtle distance. When Zui Chen and the others entered the base under the guise of joining, they immediately began to secretly gather information. When they heard that there was a second base in this base, they thought that the structure of this base was the same as the other bases, with an outer area and an inner area. And the second base, which no one was allowed to enter, should be the inner area. However, they didn't know who lived in the second base. They only knew that the female leader lived there. Chapter 871. Lin Qiao stayed in the water for a while, refusing to come ashore. 2 or 3 days later, Wu Qingyue began to feel uneasy. Thinking back to the zombie leader's expression and body reaction that night, it was clear something had gone wrong. But he also knew there was nothing they could do to her body. She could only rely on her own healing abilities to heal, and he didn't know if it would work. With the zombie leader gone, Wu Qingyue remained at Universal Life Base. He talked with Yuan Tianqing and the others about borrowing seeds. Of course, he knew the base had cleared out the zombies on the outskirts, but that was only on the surface. Hidden Cloud City and the Earth Dragon Base originally had more than 1 million human survivors. After this second outbreak of the virus, the number was reduced by nearly half. The most important issue was the issue of land. Therefore, during this period of time, there was a constant flow of survivors from the southwest region towards Haiqing and Huaxia's 2 major bases. When Zui Chen's group joined the Universal Life Base, Yuan Tianqing and Wu Qingyue had sent people to investigate their background. Most of these people are from Hidden Cloud City's corpse hunters. Hidden Cloud City was just like Earth Dragon, with the leader and deputy leader, as well as all the department heads, all mysteriously assassinated. So the resources were split among the corpse hunters, who were quick to react. But then Skyfire Base robbed them. However, even so, they still relied on these resources to strengthen themselves. Xiao Liqing handed over the information of the new batch of survivors to Wu Qingyue. The group of people that came this time was actually formed by the alliance of 5 different-sized corpse hunting groups. They had a lot of resources with them, and they had a lot of firepower. There were also spatial adepts following them, so it was likely they had weapons in their pockets. They had to be careful. Wu Qingyue looked through the information without expression, but didn't make a sound. Aside from this group, there are a few more groups planning to join us. Xiao Liqing continued. Although most of the people had gone to Sea City, there were still some small teams that had to go around those people in order to avoid the invasion of the large teams and chose to go to the Universal Base. This group is made up of adepts, and not many. Only 20 or so. This one is a mix of ordinary people and ability users, but since they managed to bring so many ordinary people to this place alive, it's obvious that this team is quite strong. Xiao Liqing handed over 2 more sets of information. Along the way, they had to pass through zombies, mutated beasts, and food. It was already good enough for a normal person to survive such a long journey. Does Yuan Tianqing know about these people? Wu Qingyue asked as he read the information. I know. Xiao Liqing nodded. Keep an eye on them. Yes. On the other hand, the newly joined Zui Chen and the others were arranged to stay in a small area. What's wrong? Haven't we seen any traces of the female leader? So mysterious. Lu Wan, the leader of the heavily wounded corpse hunter group, rubbed his chin and muttered. The others nodded thoughtfully, feeling the same way. The second base over there is very tightly guarded. No one is allowed to get close at all. Also, I heard that the wall over there has just been built not long ago. I estimate that it will take at least a few months to complete, Zhua Qin said. I heard that Lin Hao from the medical department has been very close to the female leader here recently, and their relationship seems to be very close. Could it be that he kicked Wu Qingyue out of his position and took over himself? Another person shared the other information he had inquired. It can't be considered as kicking. Wu Qingyue isn't in that position anyway. It can only be considered as taking the lead. If that's the case, then it's not going to be easy to deal with. Is what you've heard true? How is their relationship? Lu Wan asked him. I heard that the female leader often invites Lin Hao to her residence over at the second base at night, so I think that their relationship has already progressed to bed, the person said with a frown. It was said that the female leader was also a proud woman. When she was at the Huaxia base, she was touched by a Huaxia director, and the other person's hand that touched her was crippled on the spot. Then, in less than an hour, the director mysteriously died. Thinking about it, it should be her doing. The female leader was a level 7 poison type, and the director was also a level 7 metahuman, but the other person still died in the hands of the female leader. It seemed that the female leader's methods were not simple. So since she was willing to let Lin Hao go to her private territory, she should care a lot about their relationship. If that was the case, then the possibility of Zhua Qin getting between the two of them to make the female leader fall in love with him was very low. When the others heard what he said, they also became silent. Not necessarily, I heard that the relationship between the two of them only started to become intimate recently. Their relationship should not be stable, maybe it's not what you think. Maybe the female leader only likes the feeling of flesh, but not to the extent of love. Go and find out more about the situation. No matter what, we have to take her down, Lu Wan said after thinking for a while. Everyone's eyes lit up, thinking that it was possible. If it was really as Lu Wan said, then their chances were still very high. Looks like we have to start with the people around the leader. This Duan Wan and Shen Yuzhen are both with her, so they should know a lot. And this Lu Junhe from the Ministry of Agriculture, I heard that the woman called Lu Jun from the Ministry of Agriculture has a good relationship with her. And this Lin Wenwen seems to have a good relationship with the female leader, and Lin Wenwen and Lin Hao are siblings. She should know something. Another person listed out the names of Duan Wan and the others. Thinking that women were easier to get, this person listed out the names of the women who had the most contact with the female leader. We can't make a move now. How about this, let's see if there are any suitable candidates among the original survivors of this base. Let's pick a few and train them to get close to these women, Lu Wan nodded and said. They had just joined this base. If their actions were too obvious, they would definitely attract the attention of Yuan Tianqing and the others. After all, Yuan Tianqing was able to become the deputy leader of Pluto King of Hell's base, so he wasn't a simple-minded person. The so-called suitable ones were those who were handsome, capable, and talented in dealing with women. After all, their targets were all women. These women are not bad, it's really a good thing for the others. Zhua Qin looked at Lin Wenwen's photo, his eyes slightly narrowed, and a hint of lust flashed across his eyes. The few people talked left and right, and a conspiracy was gradually forming, ready to trap the most outstanding women in this base. As for whether they could successfully trap them, it was still unknown. As the people involved, Duan Wan and the others still didn't know about this. They were still busy with the affairs of the base. Chapter 872. Zhua Qin and Lu Wan thought that no one knew about their plan. What they didn't know was that someone had been hiding in the meeting room and listening to them. So, their ultimate goal is to make our leader fall in love with that Zhuo guy. Then Zhuo will slowly figure out our leader's background so that he can take over our base. Qiu Lily widened her red eyes and looked at Elmar curiously. Elmar nodded with a gloomy expression. She didn't expect these people to be so daring and greedy. They actually wanted to take over their new base. Do they know about the situation at the plantation? Qiu Lily asked again. Right now, their base's secret was not only the zombie base, but also the plantation base. They had to keep it a secret as much as possible. Elmar shook her head and said, their attention is currently focused on the second base and how to seduce the leader. They don't seem to have the chance to pay attention to the plantation. In other words, they had only been here for a short period of time and didn't have the time to pay attention to the plantation. Moreover, Wushan Plantation was quite a distance away from here. Now, Qiu Lily and Elmar had gathered all the zombies outside the base and surrounded the entire cultivation base, not allowing anyone to approach. They are now secretly gathering information everywhere. One look and you can tell that they are not a group of good people. Elmar continued. I don't know what happened to Qiao Qiao these few days. She has been staying in the space. Qiu Lily frowned worriedly. Elmar sat at the desk, writing on a piece of paper with a pen in her hand. I'll write this down first and send it to Brother Tianqing and the others secretly. I want to see what they plan to do. Oh. Qiu Lily replied. Elmar wrote down Zhuo Chen's plan into several copies. Then, she stealthily sent the copies to Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, and the other people involved. These people are looking for death. Lin Wenwen held the paper and stared at it. His face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. What a big appetite. Aren't they afraid of breaking their teeth? Long Qingying said expressionlessly. On the other side, Lu Jun sneered when he saw this. TSK, I'm so busy, how can I be in the mood to play with them? Duanwan looked at the contents of the paper and sneered, what a bunch of idiots. Do they think they're easy to bully? On the other side, Lin Feng silently sent a message to Chen Yuding. Old Chen, someone is trying to poach your woman. Do as you see fit. Chen Yuding, who had only dared to touch Shen Yuzhen's little hand and had never been able to hug his lover, was so thirsty that he wanted to eat her. Hee hee. Yuan Tianqing's handsome face carried a faint smile as he said, we've been pretty busy lately. Why don't we watch their show and relax? Lin Feng glanced at him. You want to play with them? Yuan Tianqing gave him a strange look. Isn't the one playing with them your sister? Lin Feng. Why did he ask such a stupid question just now? Zhuo Qin and the others, who did not know that their scheme had been exposed, immediately began to look for candidates. They spent a few days looking through the first batch of people who joined the Universal Survival Base and the second batch of people. Duanwan is a strict woman. She was in the Special Forces before. I've never seen her like any man in the Netherworld King's base, so I don't know what type she likes. Lin Wenwen seems to have heard that she likes people like Yuan Tianqing. I think this one is suitable for her. The few of them began to discuss suitable candidates. The men they chose were all somewhat capable, good-looking, and charming. Then, they distributed the candidates according to the type that Duanwan and the others liked. However, they did not know that their actions were being watched by the people in the Universal Survival Base with great interest. It was as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Oh, isn't this the captain of the 6th team? Junjun, look, your candidate is here. Lin Wenwen looked at the candidate who was preparing to attack Lu Jun with amusement. Lu Jun looked at that person's name and said expressionlessly, I wonder what benefits they gave this captain of the 6th team. I know. A level 5 corpse core. This captain seems to be preparing to advance. Shin Yuzhen came over and said, I say, you guys have to act properly. Don't be discovered by others. It'll be awkward. Yuan Tianqing couldn't help but say when he saw that they seemed to be very excited. At the bottom of the space lake, Lin Qiao still didn't know what was going on in her base. She had been unconscious for more than 10 days. Lu Tianyi, who was in the space, began to look at the lake from time to time. His eyes flashed with uneasiness because his sister had been down for too long. He knew that the lake had a therapeutic effect on her, so the longer Lu Tianyu stayed in the water, the more serious the problem might be. At this time, Lin Qiao's body was wrapped in the gentle energy at the bottom of the lake. This energy gathered in her mind, mouth, and lower abdomen to form a bowl. At this moment, the energy in her mind began to overflow and slowly poured down toward her heart. When this energy came into contact with the energy ball in her heart, another wave of energy rushed down from her heart to Lin Qiao's abdomen. Finally, all the energy in her body stopped in the position of her lower abdomen uterus. However, at this time, Lin Qiao still had her eyes closed and hadn't woken up. When Lin Kuei brought Lin Jing and a group of zombies from Qingshan Base back to Universal Life Base, he strangely found that the surrounding zombies had disappeared. Because Lin Jing's health wasn't good, Lin Kuei and the others walked slowly. It took more than half a month to walk from the western border to Universal Life Base. As soon as they arrived at the periphery of the base, they were discovered by Xie Dong's men. Soon, Xie Dong also received the news and told Yuan Tianqing and the others. Ha! They're here. Well, let's ask Shin Yuzhen to arrange their accommodation in the second base. Yuan Tianqing asked Xie Dong to let Shin Yuzhen arrange this matter after hearing the news. However, he still brought people to the west gate of the base to welcome the people from Qingshan Base. This time, the leader of Qingshan Base was Hu Daba. There were no humans in this group of people, they were all zombies. There weren't many humans either, only 50. Moreover, they were all level 4 to 5 zombies. Hu Daba had a big beard and sunglasses on his face. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. They didn't enter the first base, but directly went to the second base from the outside. Therefore, the humans in the base still didn't know that a group of foreign non-humans had come to their base. After Lin Kuei saw Yuan Tianqing appear, he separated from Hu Daba and the others and brought Lin Jing into the first base to take her to the check-in area. Chapter 873. A few days later, she saw the man in front of her. Lu Jun resisted the urge to roll her eyes, but put on a fake smile and said, "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" She had seen the man in front of her before. His name was Hui Antong, and he was the 6th squad leader of the 3rd Brigade of the base's security guards. He was a level 4 ability user. He was tall and strong, and although his facial features weren't very handsome, he could be considered a little handsome. Moreover, his temperament wasn't bad, and his smile was very alluring. Hui Antong smiled and said, "Chief Lu, there's something I need your help with. Is it convenient for you to have a cup of tea together?" Lu Jun directly smiled and refused, "It's not convenient, I'm very busy. If you have something to say it now." Hui Antong didn't expect Lu Jun to reject him so directly, and his expression froze for a moment. But he quickly reacted and still smiled, "It's okay, I'll wait for you when you have time." After saying that, he left just like that. Lu Jun meaningfully looked at his back and also turned to leave. On the other side, Duanwan acted as if she didn't know anything about the people who were secretly observing her. There are a lot of zombies at the foot of the mountain. In order to avoid being discovered by the people of Universal Base, we didn't dare to move. So we didn't go in to check. But we all turned around and didn't see the planting field. From what I heard, that piece of land is in Wu Mountain. Someone wanted to check the situation at the planting base, but found that it was surrounded by a dense group of zombies, and there was no way to go. Not only ordinary zombies, but there were also level 3 and level 4 zombies guarding the high ground. They didn't even have a chance to climb up a tree and use binoculars to check. The people in the base were still busy with their own things, and Lin Feng took Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, and Li Sheng out to collect supplies. The area near the base was basically swept clean by them, and now every time they left the base, they had to go further to collect supplies. Yuan Tianqing continued to build the wall of the second base while secretly watching the new batch of survivors. As for the zombies from Qingshan base, they would drink a cup of the unknown liquid sent over by Universal Base every day. The transparent liquid was clean and tasteless, but it had a fragrance that attracted zombies. Elmar told him that they had to drink it for at least 3 months and drink it every 3 days. Only then would their faces recover a little. Hu Daba wasn't in a hurry, and he calmly brought his zombies to live in the unfinished second base. Wu Qingyue was still staying in the Universal Base, but he would run over to their leader's private residence every now and then. Lu Jun brought the data report of the cultivation base into Lin Chao's office. He placed it on the desk and walked out. As a result, he met Xie Dong face to face, and the two zombies almost bumped into each other for the 3rd time. However, both of them reacted quickly and stopped at the same time when they were about to collide. Then, they looked at each other in silence for 2 seconds before nodding at the same time as a greeting. After nodding their heads, they prepared to pass each other, one on the left, one on the right. When Lu Jun moved to the left, Xie Dong moved to the right at the same time. After coming to their senses, the two of them moved to the other side at the same time. After going back and forth 3 times, the two of them, "Hey, what are you two doing?" Qiu Lily, who was passing by, looked at the two curiously. Lu Jun smiled helplessly, "Nothing." As she spoke, she took a step back and made way for Xie Dong. Xie Dong's expressionless face flashed a trace of embarrassment. He didn't say anything and walked in with his long legs. This was already the 3rd time, right? Every time, it was at this door. Qiu Lily looked left and right. She felt that the atmosphere between the two of them was a bit different. "Oh right, did that person attack you?" After thinking for a while, she couldn't figure out what was going on between the two of them, so Qiu Lily put this matter aside and asked Lu Jun. She was asking Huayantong. A strange light flashed in Lu Jun's eyes and he nodded. He said a few words. "It seems that they are preparing for a long battle." The person from Sister Wenwen's side also sneaked into their fundraising team. "It seems that they are preparing to attack during this mission," Qiu Lily said as she twirled her long hair. "It must be. I guess that person will definitely choose to stand up when Wenwen is in danger." "Do you believe it?" Lu Jun smiled at her. Qiu Lily nodded. "I believe it. Even if Lin Wenwen wasn't in danger, she had to pretend to be in danger. If the other party wanted to take the bait, she had to throw some bait." After saying that, Qiu Lily turned her head and looked at Lin Chao's office. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Their leader had disappeared for more than half a month. It was too long. It made people feel uneasy. Lu Jun saw her eyes and knew what she was worried about. He sighed in his heart. It was useless to worry, they couldn't help. The expression on Wu Qingyue's face became colder and colder. The longer the female zombie went in, the lower the pressure around him became. But even if he was worried, there was nothing he could do, he could only wait. But it was this feeling of waiting that made people more and more uneasy. The dark side of their hearts was getting bigger and bigger. At this time, in an industrial area more than 10 kilometers away from the base, a group of psychics were running away in panic. They weren't being chased by zombies, but a few powerful mutant beasts. Xiao Jiang. Be careful. A woman cried out in alarm. A 17 or 18-year-old girl was out of stamina and accidentally tripped and almost fell to the ground. She almost fell to the ground. At this moment, a huge mutated dog bared its teeth, opened its mouth wide, and jumped more than 10 meters into the air before pouncing towards the girl. The girl tripped and almost fell. At this time, even if her brain reacted, she couldn't control her body freely. She wanted to turn over and avoid the huge dog falling from the sky, but she didn't have the strength to do so. Jiang Si opened her eyes wide and looked at the dog pouncing towards her with its mouth wide open in despair. Bang! Boom! Just as Jiang Si was about to use her special ability to avoid this crisis, a huge concentrated fireball suddenly smashed into the giant dog's body. A figure quickly flashed to Jiang Si's side, hugged her and rolled to the side. Roar! Oh wood dash! The huge dog was hit by the fireball and fell to the side. But it was safe and sound and shook its fur, then roared at the human who threw the fireball at it. Quick! Go! When Qin Yu rolled to the side with Jiang Si, she quickly got up and protected Jiang Si behind her. Sister Yu! Jiang Si breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Jiang, I'm sorry, it's sister's fault. Qin Yu looked at Jiang Si with some guilt. Almost, just a little bit more and Jiang Si would have used her ability. For Jiang Si, it was better not to use her ability. Chapter 874. At this time, a gust of wind blew from the side, blowing the huge dog that was about to pounce on them to the side. You two, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and go. A man on the other side shouted at the two sisters. Qin Yu immediately pulled Jiang Si and ran forward. At the same time, she threw a fireball at the huge dog. At this time, a white shadow suddenly flashed from the side. With a flash of sharp light, it pounced towards the two. Meow! This white shadow that was even bigger than a normal large dog let out a strange piercing cat cry. It was fast and swift, waving its sharp claws and pouncing towards the two. Bang! Qin Yu quickly raised her hands to block. A wall of fire bounced the white shadow back. After using the wall of fire to block the mutated cat, Qin Yu immediately turned around and pulled Jiang Si to continue running. Bang bang bang, the sound of gunshots came from behind, but they didn't know if they hit. Hurry, the uptown area is not far ahead. Hold on a bit more. Qin Yu pulled Jiang Si to continue running, but Jiang Si's footsteps were weak and her breathing was messy. Her round little face was already somewhat pale, and her other hand tightly pressed against her chest as she ran after Qin Yu. It seemed that as long as the hand on her chest loosened, her heart would explode. Meow! After the mutated cat was bounced back by the wall of fire, it immediately rushed forward again. Its originally sky-blue gem-like eyes were now filled with red light. Two sharp teeth came out of its short mouth, and it fiercely chased after Qin Yu and Jiang Si, attacking crazily. Qin Yu was a tall beauty in her 20s, with a height of at least 1.7 meters. Her slightly curly hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head, swinging back and forth as she ran. Her legs were slender and powerful, and a tight belt wrapped around her slender waist. A beautiful but fierce face, with a dignified expression, swept over the huge cat chasing behind them. Looking at Jiang Si's pale face, Qin Yu suddenly stopped, and then bent over sideways. She picked up Jiang Si, who was only 1.5 meters tall, by the waist. Sister Yu. Put me down, don't worry about me. Jiang Si was shocked when she was picked up, but she quickly resisted in a panic. Little Jiang, don't move. Qin Yu carried Jiang Si without much effort and ran agilely with her long legs. It did not slow down at all. Don't worry, we'll get there safely. As she ran, she comforted Jiangxi. Because she was carrying the girl, Qin Yu was unable to use her ability. She could only dodge left and right to avoid the fierce white cat's attacks. Bang! Gotcha! The big white cat scratched the broken wall beside it with its paw, and the wall immediately broke into small pieces. Just as the big white cat was about to continue chasing after the two, its face suddenly changed. Its ruthless eyes moved away from the two and looked in another direction in confusion. Then it sniffed with its nose, and something seemed to attract it. Then, the big white cat suddenly let out a long howl. It turned around and left Qin Yu and Li Ruolan behind as it dashed in another direction. After it made that sound, the other cats around it immediately followed it and rushed over there. Only a few level 5 and 6 mutated dogs were still in place attacking the others. Qin Yu and Jiangxi discovered that the crisis behind them had suddenly been resolved, and immediately found a place to stop and rest. "How are you? Little Jiang, are you okay?" Qin Yu knew that Jiangxi's body was not good. Now that she was running for her life, it caused a lot of damage to her body. Jiangxi's ability was very special. She could not absorb any external energy. So every time she used her ability, it consumed her own energy, which was her vitality. So it caused her body to become weaker and weaker at a young age. Jiangxi took a few breaths, and waited for a while before the pain in her heart subsided. She nodded with a pale face, "I'm okay." Strange, why did they suddenly run away? Qin Yu's beautiful eyes had a trace of heroic spirit, and she looked in the direction of the mutated cats with doubt. Jiangxi patted her, "Sister Yu, let's go quickly. There are still a few mutated dogs." However, their crisis was not completely resolved. Qin Yu immediately pulled her up, and this time Jiangxi wouldn't let her carry her no matter what. Although she was small and skinny, she was still less than 70 kilograms. But letting Qin Yu carry her would still cause her to be obstructed. On the roof of a building in the distance, a zombie silently stared at the movements of these people, and then quietly disappeared. Inside the base, "If you have something to say, just say it, Captain Hua." Lu Jun looked at the man who once again blocked in front of her, and very patiently said to him, It's like this. Recently, there may be some bad elements eyeing our cultivation base here. In order to keep the base secret, I hope you can cooperate." Hua Antong said to her with a smile. His smile was very sincere, and it was easy for people to believe his words. "Thank you. If it's about this matter, this is what I should do, not help." Lu Jun nodded. She looked at him with some surprise. She didn't think that in order to get close to her, he would even betray those people. She felt that those people might die of anger if they knew about this. Lu Jun inexplicably wanted to laugh. "Then can we talk for a while? Actually, this is not within the scope of my responsibility. I've already overstepped it. It's not suitable for the captain or other colleagues to know." Hua Antong said with some distress. Lu Jun looked at him for a while with a somewhat blank expression, as if she didn't quite understand his intentions. Finally, she hesitantly nodded, Okay then." She walked to a place where there was no one and asked curiously, "Although I don't know why you suddenly told me this, I still thank you in advance. Do you know who it is that wants to find out about the cultivation base?" Hua Antong followed behind her, his eyes secretly flashed with a hint of joy. Lu Jun's attitude was now a little more relaxed, which meant that he could take a step forward. He said with a smile, "My job is to protect the safety of the base. I only heard about this information. But I haven't confirmed who it is, so I want to ask you to cooperate with me to find out who it is." "Oh, is that so? Then what do I need to do?" Lu Jun nodded, not fully understanding. Hua Antong said with a smile, "No, you don't need to do anything right now. At least wait until I say you can do it, then I'll teach you how to do it. Okay. He smiled very kindly, as if he really wanted to help Lu Jun. Lu Jun thought about it and nodded in agreement. Okay then. Then that's it for now. By the way, it's best not to let others know that I came looking for you. We don't want to alarm those people and let them be on guard. Huayantong thought for a moment and reminded her. Okay, I understand. Lu Jun nodded again. Huayantong smiled and left. Chapter 875. Although Huayantong and Lu Jun had met several times and knew each other, they weren't familiar with each other. At most, they only exchanged greetings. Huayantong was trying so hard to get close to Lu Jun for a level 5 zombie core. He couldn't let Lu Jun feel strange, so he told her about the actions of Zhuo Qin and the others. In fact, even if he didn't say it, Huayantong knew that the base would find out soon. He was just using this as an excuse to talk to Lu Jun. He had investigated and found out that Lu Jun had been dumped by a scumbag because she had a son. She was probably traumatized. If he wanted to move her, he could only start with her son. However, Lu Jun's son was often with the base's princess, Lin Xiaolu. The two of them were always accompanied by a group of bodyguards. It would be difficult to make a move. He didn't notice it before, but now that he took a closer look, he realized that Lu Jun wasn't bad looking. She also had a gentle temperament. She was the kind of woman that would make anyone want to marry her feel at ease. On the other side, Zhuo Qin and the others later found out that Shen Yuzhen had a boyfriend. Her boyfriend was a level 6 psychic, Chen Yuding. Although Chen Yuding was not the official deputy leader, his position in this base was also very special, and it could not be considered low. He was basically below the deputy leader and above the others. After weighing the pros and cons, they decided to give up on Shen Yuzhen, a woman who already had a boyfriend like Shen Yuzhen. Therefore, they decided to transfer the information they wanted from Shen Yuzhen to Duan Wan. Therefore, Zhuo Qin and Lu Wan decided it was better to kidnap Duan Wan and use all kinds of methods to force her to talk. She used to be a special soldier and was trained to extort confessions. Maybe it won't be of much use if we kidnap her, someone said hesitantly. Did you forget that old Dan is a psychic? Old Dan is about to reach level 6. He can deal with Duan Wan. Lu Wan smiled carelessly and reminded them that there was a psychic in the team. That person was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Then he remembered. Oh, right. I had forgotten about that. But she stays in the base's government building every day and doesn't go anywhere. It's a bit difficult to capture her quietly. Then we can only do it in her dormitory. In Lin Chao's space, almost a month after she went to the bottom of the lake, there was finally a sound. Lu Tianyi, Pesticide, and the others were still working in the field. He habitually turned his head to look at the lake. Suddenly, he felt a familiar sense of oppression slowly rising. His eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up and stared at the lake. The energy mass at the bottom of the lake was slowly disintegrating, and not long after, the female body was revealed. When Lin Chao opened his eyes, he was in a daze for a few seconds before regaining consciousness. She blinked, remembering the situation she was in. But in the next second, she frowned because she felt that something was wrong with her body. Sliding her hands upwards, she swam out from the bottom of the lake. Then she swam to the shore and stood up, but as soon as she poked her head out, she stopped moving. Something was indeed wrong. Lin Chao frowned and stuck his hand out of the water. His face darkened. Good, she couldn't feel the energy core in her brain anymore. His body could not feel the flow of energy, and his palms could not release any special abilities. Not even a trace of black fog could be released. What was going on? Her other hand under the water touched his abdomen, not knowing if it was an illusion. She felt that his abdomen was a little bigger. Of course it was not an illusion, because she had been in the water for almost a month. But Lin Qiao didn't know how long she had been in the water. Lin Qiao looked up, and then found out awkwardly. She didn't have any special abilities now, how could she go to the shore? The zombies in the small building were staring at her. Looking at the clothes that had been neatly folded on the chair, she was speechless for a few seconds. Turn your face away. Lin Qiao was now more than 200 meters away from those people, of course she wouldn't yell at them to turn their faces away. She could only silently say one sentence in her heart. Then, this sentence appeared in the minds of Lu Tianyi and the others. Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Qiao in the distance in a daze, and subconsciously turned his face away like the other zombies. After he finished this action, he realized what was wrong. That's right, the voice just now was ringing in his mind. It wasn't heard by his ears. Telepathy. What skill was this? Seeing that all the zombies in the field had turned their bodies in unison, leaving only rows of their backs for her to see. Lin Qiao was stunned, a little confused. But even though she was confused, she still quickly came out of the water, grabbed her clothes naked, and then disappeared by the lake. When she reappeared in the next second, she was already in the forest next to her. After putting on the clothes, Lin Qiao found that the clothes seemed to have been washed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, just as she put on the clothes, there was a whooshing sound coming from the side. Lin Qiao turned her head to look and saw a mushroom as tall as a person running towards her while swinging its umbrella. There was also a tall black dog next to it. Woof oh woo, Awang was very happy to see Lin Qiao. It immediately rushed towards Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao moved sideways, avoiding its huge body, and let it fall on the ground next to her. Looking at the giant snake chasing behind her, she turned around and walked out of the forest. Don't mess around. Wang obviously heard that when she said these two words, she was a little bit not in the mood. After being stunned for a while, it suddenly obediently followed Lin Qiao's legs and walked out, not caring about the other companions. Lin Qiao really wasn't in the mood to play with them now, because she was trying to feel the energy in her body, but she couldn't feel anything. It was empty. She raised her palm in front of her, but the little black flame couldn't be released, and the black smoke couldn't be released either. What was going on? After walking out of the forest, Lin Qiao looked at the grassland that had changed a lot. The grass that was originally a meter tall was gone, and it was all dug up. Now there were paddy and wheat. There were also other beans and vegetables that were neatly taken care of and full of vitality. Seeing Lin Qiao walking over with a big dog, Lu Tianyi and the other zombies stopped what they were doing. The mushroom spirit and the giant snake didn't follow her out, they just stopped at the edge of the forest and watched. Just now, you. Lu Tianyi opened his mouth, and his voice was hoarse, but with a sense of coolness. When he spoke softly, his voice wasn't very unpleasant. Why did you all turn around just now? I don't think I said anything. Lin Qiao also opened her mouth curiously. She just said one sentence in her heart from afar, and these zombies acted as if they heard it. Chapter 876. Lu Tianyi looked at her with a strange expression. Didn't you tell us to turn around? Lin Qiao, she looked at Lu Tianyi, then looked up at Mo Yen who was standing by the window on the other building. She became silent. Lin Qiao nodded and returned to the living room of the small building. In the past month, because of her, Lu Tianyi and the other zombies could easily get close to the lake to draw water. Now that she came out of the lake, she couldn't. Lin Qiao looked around and found a new pond between the lake and the field. It wasn't big, about 200 square meters. The pond was connected to the other side of the lake, leading the water from the lake into the pond. "Oh, I dug it with them these days. Otherwise, except for you, none of us could get close to the lake, and it would be inconvenient to use water. Now that there are more and more crops here, the water consumption is also increasing, so we came up with this idea." Lu Tianyi saw Lin Qiao's gaze on the pond, so he explained. Lin Qiao nodded and didn't say anything. She turned around and flashed out of the space. If she could close her eyes to look outside before leaving the space, she would find that she couldn't see anything. He would only see a white fog, and he would no longer be able to see what was outside like before. So when Lin Qiao came out and saw the ruins in front of her, she was stunned. Her first thought was, shit. Did her base get blown up again? How long did she stay at the bottom of the lake? She turned around in disbelief and found that she was on an abandoned street. Dust and sand covered the collapsed houses and the environment. It was desolate and uninhabited. There were also many tall and strange trees growing. If this was in the base, these seemingly dangerous mutated trees would have been cut down a long time ago. Where is this? Lin Qiao realized that at least she wasn't in her base. She felt relieved, but at the same time, she was confused again. What the hell? Why did she come to this strange place? Wasn't she supposed to appear directly in his room? Where was this? Could it be that the way she appeared was wrong? Lin Qiao was confused, but she didn't think and flashed into the space. Yes, the ability to enter and exit the space was still usable, but how could the location of the appearance deviate from the original location? After entering the space, Lin Qiao closed his eyes and looked outside. In the end, all he saw was a thick white fog. After coming out of the space once again, Lin Qiao looked at the surroundings that had become different from before. His expression was a little stunned. So, the place where she came out of the space had become random. I can't locate him. With this thought in mind, Lin Qiao once again entered the space. When she came out for the third time and saw the unfamiliar environment, she confirmed this thought. Lin Qiao began to search for information about his surroundings. At the very least, he had to figure out where he was. Old and faded shop signs, or road signs that had fallen to the side of the road and were covered by sand. An hour later, she knew roughly where she was. At least it wasn't far from uptown, but it was still more than 10 kilometers away. As for why she suddenly appeared more than 10 kilometers away, this might be related to the current condition of her body. What the hell? Forget about his ability malfunctioning, even his space malfunctioned. Should she be glad that she could still enter and exit the space freely? She raised her hand and found that she still couldn't use her ability. She had now become a zombie that couldn't use her ability, just like a Mo Yan's situation. But other than her ability, her body's skills were still there. At least jumping to the top of a 7-story building wasn't a problem. Lin Qiao jumped up from one building after another and finally stopped on the roof of a building that was more than 20 stories high. He sensed the surrounding air for a while. She smelled the scent of the base, the scent of the people in the base coming from afar. But other than the scent of the base, Lin Qiao turned her head and looked in another direction. She flashed into a room on the side. She couldn't be invisible now. She could only look for cover. Soon, there was a movement in the direction she was looking at. Roar dash, a beast-like roar came. Boom, boom dash, the energy attack of the paranormals caused a huge sound. A group of paranormals was being chased by a few level 5 or 6 mutated dogs. These people's breath was messy and their energy was not enough. But the breath of the mutated beasts was very manic, chasing these paranormals without letting go. Lin Qiao silently observed the situation of these paranormals. There weren't many of them. More than a dozen people, their bodies were full of the smell of blood. More than a dozen men, protecting 2 women in the middle. One of the girls was motionless, being carried by a strong man. It seemed that she was unconscious. Quickly hide in that building. A man pointed at the building where Lin Qiao was and shouted. Everyone quickly rushed towards that building. When they rushed downstairs, Lin Qiao silently withdrew her gaze. The mutated dogs chased over, but stopped at a place more than 10 meters away from the building, revealing a vigilant look. They stopped. Rushing into the door of the building, everyone just found a cover to hide their bodies, ready to find the stairs to go to the second floor. Suddenly, someone found that the mutated dogs that should have rushed in behind them didn't follow them in. Turning around, they were surprised to find that they all stopped outside. The mutated beasts outside the building stopped outside, but some of them unwillingly took a few steps forward. Their manic eyes blankly looked at those people. They wanted to go in, but an inexplicable feeling of fear controlled their bodies. They didn't dare to take another step forward. Danger! The mutated dogs all had such a warning in their hearts. Finally, a less courageous mutated dog seemed to be unable to resist the aura that made them afraid, silently retreated a few steps, turned around, and ran away. As soon as it retreated, it immediately affected the emotions of other companions. In fact, these mutated dogs had already gone crazy, but in a situation where their minds were not clear, they were still dominated by instinctive fear. This showed that their premonition of danger was still very strong. After a while, the mutated dogs restlessly stepped a few steps in place, then all turned around and left. Why did they leave? Seeing the departure of the mutated dogs, the people hiding on the first floor were somewhat at a loss. These mutated dogs had chased them for 20 or 30 kilometers, and suddenly left without any reason, making these paranormals even more vigilant. These mutated dogs had already gone crazy. The only thing that could make them retreat was instinctive fear or oppression. Even these level 5 and 6 mutated beasts were scared, so it could only be said that there might be something more terrible than these mutated dogs in this building. Chapter 877. Hurry up, let's get out of here. Let's go. After seeing the mutant dogs leave, the paranormals thought that there might be something more terrible here, so they couldn't stay any longer. Lin Qiao stood in the house on the roof and watched the mutant dogs run away in fear after sensing her breath. She also watched the paranormals run out in fear, quickly heading in the direction of the base. She had restrained her breath, so the mutant dogs must have smelled her. Her breath also contained an element of danger, so they didn't dare to come close. Lin Qiao didn't jump down from the roof until those people were a distance away. After thinking about it, she entered the space again and took Ah Wang, Dahe, and the mushroom spirit out for a walk. When she came out with the 3 mutant dogs, they were no longer in the original building. She took out an off-road vehicle and got into the driver's seat. Although she couldn't use her superpower, and she couldn't locate the entrance and exit of the space. But she had no problem taking out and putting things in and out of the space. She didn't have any superpower now, so her attack power was reduced by at least 60%. With the physical attack power of her current body, although it wasn't very dangerous, it wasn't suitable for her to stay with strangers outside. So when she smelled someone from afar, she would take a detour and leave. Fortunately, every time she came out of the space, she was not far away from the place she came out last time, at most within 20 kilometers. This time, after coming out with the 3 mutant dogs, she had run from the Gongzhou district to the West Lake district. Looking at the dense woods around her, she didn't drive far before she put the off-road vehicle away. She had no choice, because the road was impassable. The original road was covered with all kinds of grass and vines, and there were also branches sticking out from the side. Otherwise, there were big holes or cracks blasted by the mutant beasts fighting with each other, so it was impossible to drive. Lin Qiao could only walk with her legs. Woof woof woof. Maybe because he hadn't come out to play for a long time, Wong ran around excitedly as soon as he came out. He ran from the left to the right, and then from the back to the front. He was having a lot of fun. Even Dahe, who was lazy, raised his head excitedly and ran around in the grass in the woods. As for the ADHD mushroom spirit, she was even more excited. Just like Ah Wong, they couldn't stop at all. Woof, 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 woof. Not long after, Wong ran to Lin Qiao with a black mouse that was half his size. Looking at the big rat, Lin Qiao was speechless. Was this guy trying to tell her that they hadn't eaten meat for a long time? Lin Qiao licked his lips as he smelled the scent of food coming from the rat. A sense of hunger arose. Indeed, she had not eaten for a long time. All right, this one is enough for me. If you want to eat it, go get it yourself. Lin Qiao asked Ah Wong to put down the struggling level 3 mutant rats so that they could catch their own prey. Actually, when Ah Wong brought the mouse in front of Lin Qiao, the other two had already rushed to the other side to catch the mouse. That's right, when Lin Qiao came out of the space this time, he directly ran to the zoo. However, it didn't land in the group of rats. Instead, it landed not far away from the group of rats. Lin Qiao looked at the big rat that Ah Wong had thrown onto the ground. The rat wanted to run away as soon as it landed on the ground. Lin Qiao stretched out a finger and flicked it with its sharp nails. Puff, the level 3 mutant rat's head immediately fell off. The headless body moved its limbs for a while before it stopped moving. Lin Qiao walked over and looked at the big rat. The level 3 rat was already as big as a medium-sized dog. The black fur on its body was shiny, smooth, and clean. There was a faint energy in its fur. It was also because of the energy that the rat didn't grow any parasites on its body. After digging out the energy core of the rat and holding it in her hand for less than 2 seconds, the energy core turned into powder and scattered from her hand. She dragged the headless corpse of the rat and found a clean spot to start skinning it. While skinning, she used her nails to cut off the meat piece by piece and threw it into her mouth to eat. It was tender and delicious. The raw meat was also a bit soft and chewy. As a zombie, Lin Qiao either didn't eat at all or ate a lot when she did. Moreover, she didn't know if it was because of Little Man, but she couldn't stop eating. Although the level 3 mutant beast didn't have a lot of energy in its body, the energy made the meat very delicious. While Lin Qiao was quietly eating the raw rat meat, the other three had begun to wreak havoc at the edge of the rat herd. After the second virus outbreak, the huge rat herd that covered thousands of acres was bitten to death by the crazy mutant rats. After so many days, the rat herd was not as dense as before, and the area it covered was no longer just thousands of acres. Now from the zoo, the huge rat herd occupied at least 5 or 6 square kilometers. However, Lin Qiao still didn't know about this because she had been unconscious for almost a month. She didn't know how fast the rat herd was spreading. But according to her current position, she had already reached the edge of the rat herd, which was a few kilometers away from the zoo. Dahe silently shuttled through the dark forest, its pair of cold eyes tightly staring at the level 4 mutated rat in a group of small rats in the distance. The level 4 mutant rat was bigger than a large dog, and it seemed to weigh more than 100 kilograms. The fur on its body was smooth, black and shiny. It didn't notice that it had been targeted by its natural enemy, the snake. At this time, it was pouncing on a mutant deer and gnawing on its meat. The surrounding low-level rats were a few meters away from it, not daring to get too close. Just then, the level 4 mutant rat suddenly raised its head and looked around vigilantly. After finding nothing unusual, it lowered its head and grabbed a bloody bone with its 2 front claws, putting it into its mouth and gnawing on it. Gotcha, gotcha. Just as it lowered its head and gnawed with relish, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky, and a dangerous aura suddenly locked it. the level 4 mutant rat's whole body stiffened. It was scared by this aura and couldn't move. In its heart, it desperately shouted to run, but its limbs were stiff and couldn't move. When it looked up, it saw a huge snake head open its mouth, showing 2 poisonous fangs and biting it fiercely. So the level 4 mutant rat flew into the sky. Well, its soul flew into the sky. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sudden appearance of the giant snake immediately scared the surrounding rats, and they instantly jumped up and ran around for their lives. Dahe bit the still struggling rat and impolitely injected the venom in its fangs into it. After a while, the giant rat softly drooped down and stopped moving. Dahe happily dragged the rat away, climbed up a tree, and found a comfortable position to slowly enjoy it. Chapter 878. On the other side, the mushroom spirit also stretched out its mutated tentacles and happily sucked the blood of a level 3 mutated rat. After Lin Qiao finished eating the whole mutated rat, she left behind a pile of internal organs and fur. She turned around and jumped up a tall tree. After she emerged from the canopy, she looked in the direction of the swarm of rats. Squinting her eyes slightly, she could see that there were some rats with relatively high energy levels among the group of rats. It seemed like they were of a higher level. The other side of the originally dense forest had been gnawed clean and was full of sawdust. The ground was full of countless black-haired rats. Lin Qiao saw that half of the forest was filled with tall green trees, while the other half was a desolate flat land. Countless black rats were surging on the flat land. Coming down from the tree, Lin Qiao began to walk around the edge of the swarm of rats. Since she was already here, she decided to check out the situation of these rats. After Wang, Dahe, and the mushroom spirit had a full meal, they followed Lin Qiao and walked around the swarm of rats. Of course, these rats were so large that they were not only destructive. They had also attracted many of their natural enemies. Birds, snakes, cats, and dogs were all good at catching rats. Therefore, Lin Qiao saw some hunting scenes from time to time. There were many mutated cats and mutated dogs. There were also many mutated eagles and other raptors flying in the sky. From time to time, they would land with a big rat in their claws and fly up again. Not far ahead of Lin Qiao, a group of people was being chased by a swarm of rats. Bang, 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 more than a dozen SUVs were protecting the trucks in the middle. They were holding all kinds of guns and shooting at the large group of black-haired rats that were chasing after them. There were paranormals and ordinary people among these people. The people in the modified trucks were all ordinary people. There were paranormals and ordinary people in the dozens of SUVs. However, they were all ordinary people with relatively high combat power. They had to kill zombies in front and mice at the back. If they were not careful, they would be scratched or bitten by zombies. Lin Qiao smelled them from afar. From the direction they were coming from, she could roughly guess that they were from Hidden Cloud City or Ground Dragon Base. I told you not to go this way. You didn't believe me. Look, not only are these rats chasing after us, they will also attract other mutated beasts. In one of the off-road vehicles, a man gloomily stared at the others and said. The others didn't have time to care about him. They were all attacking the rats from both sides of the window or the roof of the car. The rats at the back were all as big as cats, and there were even bigger rats. Moreover, their movements were very agile and fast. His jumping ability was also very strong, and he could jump a few meters with a single leap. Suddenly, a giant rat the size of a domesticated pig, weighing at least 300 kgs, rushed out from the side of the convoy. With a single leap, he accurately pounced onto the outermost car. Bang! Squeak! The greater rat's black fur shone as it swung its thick tail and landed on the roof of the car. Half of the car was crushed by the impact. Ah, a person who was standing on the roof of the car and trying to attack was bitten on the head by the giant rat and dragged out of the car. Bang, bang, the car was crushed until half of it collapsed. The steering wheel in the driver's hand slipped and slammed into a cement pillar on the side. The whole car flipped over. Squeak, the giant rat nimbly jumped off the car when the car flipped over. Cough, 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 the people in the car were not dead yet, but they had lost the ability to move. At this moment, the giant rat raised its claws and waved. Poof, the car door was slashed open. Then, the giant rat opened its mouth and bit, pulling the steel door outward. Immediately, a hole was opened. However, for the few people in the car who were not dead yet, they died even faster. Ah, the giant rat stuck its sharp mouth and nose in and immediately bit one of the people and dragged him out. The person was dragged out with blood all over his body. His internal organs and bones were severely damaged. He could only let out a shrill scream. At this time, the other rats immediately surrounded them and went in through the window or the hole. They directly opened their mouth and bit. When this car flipped, the people in the other cars did not turn around to help. Now, they basically only cared about themselves. As long as they were alive, it was fine. In addition to the ordinary people in the car, there were also some armed men standing on the roof of the car, shooting at the rats and zombies that approached the car. Motherfucker, go to hell. At this time, a man in an off-road vehicle shouted and threw a grenade in his hand towards the giant rat that was as big as a pig. Boom, squeak, the giant rat could not dodge in time and was blown to the side. However, as soon as it fell, it immediately rolled from the ground and fiercely rushed towards the car that threw the grenade. The grenade is useless against it. It's coming. As soon as the man saw the giant rat that was still able to get up after being blown away, he saw that it was heading towards them. After seeing it coming towards them, he panicked and screamed. At this time, the zombies in front of them suddenly disappeared. The group of rats behind them suddenly stopped, stood up and sniffed something with their noses. Bang, 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 these people were still shooting because the rats suddenly stopped. Many of them were shot dead by them. Squeak, at this time, the biggest rat suddenly screamed, turned around and ran away. After the other rats heard it, they immediately turned around and ran back. They retreated. What happened? They didn't chase. The expressions of the people in the car became blank. After a while, they all became surprised. They all let out a big sigh of relief. That's great. They didn't chase. Motherfucker, I thought I was going to die. Fuck, these mutated rats grew so big, it's too scary. Less than 300 meters away from their car, Lin Xiao stood there expressionlessly on a tree. Although she had retracted her aura, there was no way to conceal her scent. So when she got closer, these rats all smelled her scent and were scared away. And the surrounding zombies, even if they did not smell her scent, they could still feel the pressure of her kind. Of course, these were all things that humans could not feel. Lin Xiao did not intend to meet these people, so she turned around and left in the other direction. But after she left, she did not notice that in this car, there was a person who was blankly looking in her direction. It seemed that he felt something, but he was not very sure. However, he looked at the group of rats that suddenly retreated, and then looked at the place where Lin Xiao was just hiding. He could not help but say, I think, there may be something more dangerous nearby. What did you find? As soon as he spoke, the others immediately looked at him nervously. I don't feel anything now. The man shook his head, but his expression did not relax. Chapter 879. Sun Lunan looked in that direction thoughtfully and hesitantly guessed in his heart. What's wrong? The people next to him saw him like this and asked him. Looking outside, not only were the rats gone, but the zombies were also gone. For a moment, it suddenly quieted down, which made everyone feel somewhat at a loss and uncomfortable. Sun Lunan suddenly pointed in the direction where Lin Qiao had gone and said, "Let's go that way." The people next to him looked at him in confusion. Why? Sun Lunan's eyes flashed. "I just felt something over there." Because of this thing, the mutated rats and zombies that were chasing us suddenly retreated. But that thing gave me a feeling that there was no danger. So I think we will be safer if we follow its direction. Hearing this, the eyes of the others immediately lit up. Really? Are you sure? What is that thing? Can you feel it? Sun Lunan stuck his head out of the car and sniffed, then pulled back and shook his head. "I don't know what it is. Let's not get too close. Just go in this direction." His ability was of the zoology family, and he was a canine. A dog's nose and intuition were very strong, and they were very sensitive to danger. So they treated him as a guide. At least when he pointed in a special direction, their intuition would be safer. Sun Lunan's car was in the first place, so wherever they went, the cars behind followed. Lin Qiao walked with the three of them, and suddenly felt that the cars kept a fixed distance from her. She was a little surprised. Could these people feel her presence? Hiss, it seemed to feel that it was being followed, and Dahe was obviously a little unhappy. But with a bulging stomach, it was too lazy to move. It just stuck out its tongue from time to time, and its eyes looked very impatient. "Don't move. Hide and see what they are doing." Lin Qiao's eyes flashed, and she said to the three of them. Dahe liked to hide, so it disappeared as soon as Lin Qiao finished speaking. The mushroom spirit directly dug its legs into the ground, and after a few burrows, it stayed in the same place. It was like a big mushroom that had originally grown here. The place where she was at was originally a forest park, and now the mutated trees had grown taller than before, but many of them had withered. The road in the park was not easy to walk on. The motorcade turned along the edge of the park. Even if they slowly pulled away from Lin Qiao, they still maintained the same direction. After Lin Qiao stopped, Sun Lunan suddenly said, "Wait a minute. That thing seems to have stopped. We can't keep following it like this. Besides, we still have to go to the new base. This thing can't go. Should we go and see what it is? If possible, how about luring it to the upper city base with us? With its existence, we don't need to be afraid of those zombies and rats." Someone said after thinking for a while. Sun Lunan glanced at him, somewhat tempted. But first, he had to figure out what it was. What if it was something dangerous? But if it wasn't something dangerous, it wouldn't scare away the zombies and mutant rats. Moreover, they had been following the other party for so long, but the other party did not seem to have noticed anything unusual. "I'll bring 2 people with me to check out what it is. Maybe it's a very powerful mutated beast," Sun Lunan said after thinking for a while. Since the other party could move it, it was most likely a mutated beast. However, it could also be a mutated plant. It wasn't like there weren't any plants that could run. "Just the few of you. That's too dangerous. We're in the forest." The others heard and said disapprovingly. "It's okay, I don't feel any danger. If there's any danger, we'll immediately give up and come back," Sun Lunan said firmly. Their current position was tens of kilometers away from the upper city. If they could get their hands on this thing, they would be in danger on the road ahead. Tens of kilometers was not long, but it wasn't short either. However, danger was always present. Along the way, 2/3 of their team had already died. The remaining people were the ones who had sacrificed their lives in exchange for their survival. He had to think of a way to bring these people to the safe base in the upper city. So now he wanted to take the risk to see what that thing was. Maybe this thing was only a threat to the mutated beasts and zombies, but not to humans. Although it was dangerous, it could also be an opportunity for them. After all, these two things sometimes existed at the same time. Moreover, Sun Lunen's intuition was very accurate. Although it wasn't very strong, it was very good at escaping. Then bring Chi-Chi along, she should be of some use. Someone said. Sun Lunen thought about it. Chi-Chi was an ice ability user. Although she hadn't broken through to level 5, she was almost there. She still had some attack power. They stopped the car and prepared their weapons. Chi-Chi, follow Lunen in to take a look. Ping Xian shouted at the other car. However, no one came down from the car he was looking at. Ping Xian could only look at Sun Lunen helplessly. Sun Lunen smiled and shouted at the car, Chi-Chi, come here. Then, a young girl came down from the car. She was wearing a light-colored trench coat with a white t-shirt underneath. She was wearing light blue jeans with a white stripe and a pair of black boots that reached her calves. The girl's delicate face was expressionless. Her eyes were cold and her long black hair flowed smoothly down to her hips. Chi-Chi was only 20 years old this year. She was very young. In the apocalypse, a girl like her would be in a dangerous situation if she was surrounded by a group of men. Fortunately, she was one of the top 5 in the team in terms of strength. Anyone who dared to provoke her would have to be prepared to be frozen into a popsicle. She wasn't tall, but her body was thin and her legs were long and slender. She walked in front of Sun Lunen with her slender legs, and her cold eyes showed some warmth, Brother Lunen. She wouldn't give face to anyone here, but she would only listen to Sun Lunen. Sun Lunen nodded and glanced at her before saying to the others, everyone knows the dangers of entering the forest, so don't be careless. Just as they were about to enter the forest to look for something, Lin Qiao had already concealed her aura and slowly approached them. When she stopped, she saw that the other party had indeed stopped as well. It seemed that the other party was really watching her. Lin Qiao wanted to see what these people were planning to do by following her. She was also not heading back to the base. Weren't they heading back to the base? After a while, she sensed a few human auras approaching her. These people were quite brave to enter the forest that was filled with mutated plants. And they were obviously coming for her. Weren't they afraid of angering her? Chapter 880. When she was a few hundred meters away from the other party, Lin Qiao stopped and stood on a tree, waiting quietly. How did these people discover her? And how could they keep following her? Soon, she found out that the group of people could accurately avoid the positions of the highly aggressive mutated plants. They turned left and right, making their way towards her position. Although their speed was a little slow, they did not encounter any actual danger. It seemed that among these people, someone had awakened a special skill. Lin Qiao stood on a branch that was tens of meters high, her army green camouflage uniform hidden in the leaves. As long as she did not move, no one would be able to discover her. But soon, she found out that she was wrong. She saw that the group of 5 slowly walked to a position not far from where she was on the tree. One of the men in the group twitched his nose and suddenly raised his head to look at the branch she was on. So when the two of them looked at each other, Lin Qiao stared expressionlessly at the other party's eyes, her mind sweeping away all the thoughts she had just had. Who said that no one could discover her? Where did this person come from? Her breath had been suppressed to the extreme, but her position was still accurately discovered by the other party. At this time, Sun Lunen was also very surprised, because he had thought that it could be a mutated animal, or a mutated plant, or even a high-level zombie. But unexpectedly, he saw a person. A woman. Since she had been discovered, there was no point in hiding anymore. Lin Qiao directly flipped down from the top of the branch, and then nimbly landed on a branch that was only a few meters higher than Sun Lunan and the others. Who are you? After Lin Qiao came down, he looked down at them with an expressionless face and asked calmly. She did not ask why these people were following her, because then she might not be able to find out their intentions. Mo Chi-Chi took a step forward and guarded in front of Sun Lunan. She slightly raised her head and stared closely at Lin Qiao. And when Lin Qiao saw the two dog ears on Sun Lunan's head suddenly standing up, she could more or less guess what was going on. All right, there was a humanoid dog with a very good nose here. Did they find her by following her scent? Sun Lunan looked at Lin Qiao and sniffed around to make sure that there was no one else around. Only then did he confirm that this woman had appeared here alone. Since he dared to barge into the forest alone, it was obvious that he was not a simple person. Sun Lunan did not say a word and just stared at Lin Qiao, sizing him up. Who are you? Another man behind him stared at Lin Qiao and couldn't help but ask. After seeing Lin Qiao's face, apart from Sun Lunan and Mo Chi-Chi, the eyes of the other three flashed with amazement and fascination. What a beauty! Lin Qiao glanced at the man without saying a word. The other party's blatant gaze didn't cause her expression to change in the slightest. Sun Lunan looked at Lin Qiao. He could not sense the level of the other party's aura, he could only smell it. The woman's scent was very strange. There was a light and strange fragrance. It was not like the smell of the plants in this forest, nor was it like the sweet fragrance of flowers. He could not see the woman's strength and ability level. However, his intuition told him that it would be very dangerous if he made this woman his enemy. I'm sorry, we were just passing by. If we disturbed you, I apologize. Let's leave now. Following the intuition in his heart, Sun Lunan immediately responded. When the other three heard him, they immediately looked at Sun Lunan with a strange expression. They opened their mouths but were stopped by Sun Lunan's glare. Lin Qiao looked at them expressionlessly. It seemed that the other party did not intend to tell them why they were following her. Seeing that she was not speaking, Sun Lunan immediately gestured for the others to retreat. He then took a few steps back, and when he saw that Lin Qiao still did not move, he immediately turned and ran out. The other three stared at Lin Qiao's face regretfully for a while before turning and leaving. After leaving a distance, he then asked Sun Lunan, "Why are you retreating? Is that woman dangerous?" Sun Lunan nodded and said, "I couldn't sense the level of the other party's superpower, and although the other party wasn't hostile. Although she is not hostile, she doesn't seem to want us to go near her." The others were not stupid. When they heard Sun Lunan say that he could not sense the level of her ability, it could only mean that she had either not awakened her ability or that her ability level was too high and she was hiding it. Since she dared to appear alone in this dangerous forest, she must not be a simple person. She's so beautiful. She's also very clean. Another person licked his lips, a look of infatuation and greed flashed in his eyes. Sun Lunan looked at him and said coldly, "I think you better not think of provoking her. My intuition tells me that she's not a good person. Then we'll go back like this. What about the thing you were looking for? Are we not looking for it anymore?" Another person looked at Sun Lunan hesitantly and asked. "We found it, but we can't take it away," Sun Lunan said calmly as he looked around for mutated plants and poisonous insects. When he saw Lin Qiao, he already knew that she was the thing he was looking for. But they might not have the ability to take her away, and she would not go with them. Can't take it away. Then what should we do? There are still tens of kilometers before we reach the upper city. If we go on like this, I'm afraid there won't be many people who can make it to the safe base, another person said unwillingly. There's no other way. The other party's intention was very clear. Just now, she didn't want to go with us. So she definitely won't go with us, Sun Lunan said. That was why he made a prompt decision to leave with them immediately. Sun Lunan and the people around him did not know that although their voices were very far away from Lin Qiao, she could still hear their conversation clearly. Lin Qiao thought about the shock and surprise in the eyes of the dog-eared man just now. It seemed that he did not expect to meet her, or rather, he did not expect to meet a human. From their current conversation, she deduced that the other party might have found something beneficial on her, which was why he kept following her. He might even want to get her so that they could reach the base safely. It seemed that the other party had gotten the answer they wanted just now, but this answer made them feel afraid, which was why they left quickly. If not for that, based on the emotions in the eyes of the few men just now, they would probably do something bad to her. Seeing that the other party was leaving quickly, a giant black snake slowly slid down from the top of the tree. The giant snake bent its body and hung on the branch next to Lin Qiao. Its pair of cold and emotionless eyes silently looked in the direction where Sun Lunan and the others had left. Chapter 881. After Sun Lunan and the others left, Lin Qiao took Dehei, Wang, and the other two to the edge of the rat colony. After waiting for a while, she suddenly felt a familiar zombie's aura approaching. Lin Qiao stopped on a tree and waited on a huge branch. Not long after, she saw a level 4 wind zombie land not far away from her. Leader. This level 4 wind zombie was one of the zombies that Lin Qiao had sent to Xiedong. She looked at it and nodded. Have you been watching over here? Yes. The wind zombie nodded, but he looked like he had been wronged. He was afraid of rats. He was the one who had found the rat colony, but he was sent by his leader to watch over here. Looking at these black-furred mice, the wind zombie's whole body felt uncomfortable. Lin Qiao seemed to know what the wind zombie was thinking. She looked at him strangely. You are a zombie, why are you afraid of rats? This rat could eat zombies. The wind zombie responded weakly. Lin Qiao looked at him speechlessly. Was the weakness of this zombie that he was afraid of rats? He had been sent by Xiedong to watch over here for a month, why was he afraid? Let's talk about the situation of this rat colony. It's good that you're here. Since you are here, I don't have to run anymore. Lin Qiao sat on the branch and touched her stomach. She asked about the size of the swarm, and how long it would take to walk around the swarm. She didn't ask about the number, since there were so many of them that she couldn't count. Are there any powerful guys? Lin Qiao continued to ask after she had a general understanding of the rat colony. The wind zombie shook his head. Maybe there are, but you don't know. Lin Qiao looked at him silently and didn't say anything. After all, the wind zombie was only level 4, so he could only sense level 5 or 6 mutated beasts. He couldn't sense anything stronger. Lin Qiao took out a level 5 energy core from the space and sat on the tree to absorb the energy. Although she couldn't use her ability, she could still absorb energy. However, she could feel that the energy she absorbed would be directly absorbed by Little Man. Because her head was already empty, Little Man couldn't absorb her energy. Fortunately, she didn't feel anything strange in her stomach. It was just that he was worried at first, afraid that if Little Man didn't have any energy to absorb, it might affect her development, so he took out the energy core to absorb. In the end, she found that the energy she absorbed was all snatched away by Little Man. Lin Qiao did not care about this. Instead, he felt more at ease. After staying here for a few days to check on the situation of these rats, he found that these rats had stopped expanding. It didn't really stop, but it didn't bite anything it saw. It was a complete destruction. During this period, Dahei, Wang, and the mushroom spirit had a great time. They could not stop eating meat. Fortunately, Dehei and Wang knew to bring the energy core back for Lin Qiao. As for the mushroom, it was the prey that they had caught, so they took it all for themselves. They had no intention of sharing it with Lin Xiao. The level 6 Dahe was invincible in this group of snakes. It chased the mutant rats from level 3 to level 6 all day long. It didn't care about the low-level ones, so it disturbed the whole group of rats. The rats, who usually bit anything they saw, only knew to run away in fear under the breath of their natural enemy. It was impossible for them to pounce on Dahe and bite it, not to mention that Dahe was a level 6 mutant beast. Its breath could directly scare the mutant rats that had not yet leveled up to death. Lin Xiao took the energy core of the mutant rats that Wang and Dahe had sent over the past 2 days and directly absorbed it into his body. Then, little man absorbed it. It was a pity that humans couldn't eat the meat of the mutant rats for the time being. Otherwise, Lin Xiao would have wanted to catch a bunch of them to add to the meals of the people in the base. However, if the meat of the mutant rats was edible, Lin Xiao wouldn't have needed to catch them. Everyone would naturally pounce on them and catch them themselves. At that time, the unlucky situation would be reversed. When they came out of the forest park, Lin Xiao rode on Wang's back because he couldn't drive. The zombie dog's black hair was still very short, but it was fluffy and soft. It wasn't small in size and was originally as tall as Lin Xiao's waist. Now that it had leveled up, it was almost at the position of Lin Xiao's chest. After the bald tail was removed, the length of its body was more than 1.9 meters, almost 2 meters. Therefore, carrying Lin Xiao, who only weighed more than 90 kilograms, was naturally very easy. When they encountered zombies, they would stay far away from them. When they encountered mutant beasts, other than those that were level 6 and above, they would also stay far away from them. When Lin Xiao returned to the periphery of the base without any obstructions, she met the group of people again. When she sensed that there were people, she had already released the 3 pets into the surrounding forest. Lin Xiao didn't dare to bring them into the space, because that meant that she would have to go in as well. She couldn't bring the other people in the space out for the time being. Unless she wasn't in a hurry to stay where she was, she wouldn't be afraid of running dozens of kilometers away in an instant. Standing on the roof, she could see the high walls of the base from afar. However, the zombies outside the base were all gone. Instead, there was a dense group of zombies surrounding the Wushan cultivation base. It's her. When Sun Lunan and the others saw Lin Xiao on the roof, they were surprised. This woman should also be a member of this new base. Anyway, the place where we met her before was the closest to this base. Another man said after seeing Lin Xiao. Should be. Sun Lunan looked at Lin Xiao, then retracted his gaze. At this time, everyone in the car was wounded, and their clothes were stained with blood and sand. Their bodies were tired and in pain, and they just wanted to quickly enter the base, find a place to rest and have a meal. More importantly, there were still injured people in the team who needed treatment. In fact, Sun Lunan and the others were not in a relaxed mood, even though they had entered the safety zone around the base. The periphery of every base would be cleared of zombies. Other than the 200-meter empty isolation zone, the base's army would come out to clear the zombies outside the isolation zone every day, slowly expanding the safety zone around the base. Of course, because of Lin Xiao's uniqueness, the base's safety zone didn't need to be cleared by the army. Sun Lunan and the others had entered the zombie-free zone not long ago, but they didn't think that the new base's isolation zone could be expanded that far. Therefore, they didn't let their guard down. Lin Xiao stood on the roof and looked at their convoy. She noticed that a few heavy trucks were still in good condition, but the number of off-road vehicles around them seemed to have decreased. She didn't take it to heart, turned around and jumped down from the building. Chapter 882. Lin Xiao landed on the ground and took out a car. He sat in the driver's seat and drove towards the south gate of the base. In fact, he was just following behind Sun Lunan and the rest. After a few minutes of driving, they arrived at the isolated area outside the base. The car slowly drove past the isolated area and stopped at the south gate. There was a check before entering the base, but there was no such equipment at the gate of the base. "Stay here and don't move," the soldiers at the south gate of the base said loudly to Sun Lunan and the rest. Then Sun Lunan and the rest looked at a team of soldiers in camouflage coming out of the gate with a blank face. They were all wearing hats and sunglasses so that they couldn't see their faces clearly. The group of people split up and walked around each of their vehicles. Then, they returned to the gate and nodded at the soldiers at the gate. Then they made a gesture to let them pass and left. "Okay, you can come in. Follow me." The captain of the soldiers at the gate nodded and turned to greet Sun Lunan and the rest. Sun Lunan and the others looked at each other in a daze for a moment. How could they pass just like that? Didn't they need a check? "Don't you need a check?" Sun Lunan couldn't help getting out of the car and walked to the captain of the soldiers and asked. At the same time, he thought of another problem. If the base didn't have a check, how would they know if anyone had brought in the virus? Wasn't it very unsafe? "Yes, those people wearing sunglasses were checking for you." The captain smiled, showing his 8 teeth. Every time the new survivors came, they would ask this question. Sun Lunan's expression became more blank. Those people didn't do anything, they just walked around their cars and they knew. Seeming to have guessed Sun Lunan's thoughts, the captain smiled and said, "Yes, if any of you were infected, they would know. Hurry up, many of your people are seriously injured. Don't worry, our base is very safe." As he spoke, the captain urged with good intentions. But the more he urged, the more Sun Lunan didn't dare to believe him. So the people in the heavy truck didn't get out of the car and just sat in the car and entered the base gate. Therefore, before the people on the heavy trucks got off, they inexplicably entered the base again. Only then did Lin Qiao appear at the very back. Lin Qiao did not get out of the car. Instead, he drove the car into the main gate with an expressionless face. Just now, when the zombie soldiers wearing glasses and hats came over to check, of course, they discovered her existence. Of course, they recognized Lin Qiao's aura. Without Lin Qiao's orders, they just needed to do their own tasks. After Lin Qiao drove the car in, he felt the aura coming from the entire base, many of which were unfamiliar. It seemed that several groups of people had entered the base while she was away. After Lin Qiao entered the base, the other people in the base all stopped what they were doing and looked at the south gate of the base blankly. Yuan Tianqing looked at Qin Yuding hesitantly and asked, "Do you sense the leader's aura?" Qin Yuding nodded and looked at him strangely. "I felt it, but why did she come back from outside? Didn't she stay in the base the entire time? When did he go out?" "You don't know. I thought you would at least know." Yuan Tianqing was the deputy leader. Even if their leader secretly left the base to deal with something, he would at least tell Yuan Tianqing. Now, looking at Yuan Tianqing's confused expression, it seemed that he didn't know. Elmar, Qiu Lily, Lin Kuei, and the others directly appeared in Lin Qiao's office. When Lin Qiao entered the office, she found that her office was already full of people. "You guys are really fast." "Hey, Lin Kuei, you're back. Did you find your sister?" Lin Qiao calmly greeted everyone after coming in. Lin Kuei didn't say anything and just nodded. Before bringing Lin Jing here, Lin Kuei actually didn't feel much about this base. But after bringing Lin Jing back, he felt that his responsibility was a little heavy. At least he had a little sense of belonging. His sister was now living in this base. He couldn't protect her openly in the past, but now he could. He could protect Lin Jing openly and didn't need to hide anymore. He also didn't need to worry about being taken away for experiments. In order to give Lin Jing a place to stay and make it convenient for him to take care of her. Of course, Lin Kuei was willing to protect this newly built base. Lin Chao nodded to him. It's good that you found her. Congratulations. Lin Kuei smiled at Lin Chao this time. The smile made his face look less gloomy. Why did you come back from outside? When did you go out? Why didn't we feel anything? Elmar looked at Lin Chao strangely. She couldn't see anything wrong with Lin Chao's body, nor could she feel that Lin Chao couldn't use her ability. Whether it was in her eyes, or in the eyes of Chiu Lily, Lin Kuei, and the other zombies, her aura was still at the peak of level 7. Lin Chao walked to his desk that was piled up like a mountain and sat down. He picked up a document and opened it. Oh, something happened, so I went out. Tell me, did anything happen in the base while I was away? Is your body okay? You didn't look well before. Chiu Lily suddenly thought of something and asked her worriedly. It's okay for now. Lin Chao comforted her with a smile. Although she didn't know what little man was doing in her body, it seemed that she had calmed down a little after observing her for the past few days. Except when she needed energy, she would send a hint to Lin Chao to make her feel that she didn't have enough energy. Elmar also looked at Lin Chao. Her expression didn't change and her aura didn't seem to be abnormal. Then she started to talk about the situation in the base. Everything else is fine. It's just that the population of the base has increased a lot. With more people, there are more thoughts. Some people are interested in our base and think it's good, so they want to replace it. Elmar sneered. She reported the intention of Zhou Chen's group and their current progress. Then she continued, if it wasn't for the fact that I want to slap them in the face, I really want to throw them out. Lin Chao's eyes flashed and he smiled, we can't just throw them out. There's no reason to kick them out. It's not good for our base's reputation and it will affect other survivors joining us in the future. We need evidence to kick them out perfectly. This was also the reason why Yuan Tianqing asked the girls to play games with those people. Chapter 883. Since these people wanted to rob her base, it would be too easy for them to just throw them out. Of course, they couldn't just kill them at this time. Since they couldn't kill them, they would just let these people seek their own deaths. After Elmar and Chiu Lily left, Duan Wan, Xie Dong, and Shen Yuzhen came. These people have been keeping an eye on the cultivation base. I think they are going to use the zombies as an excuse, Shen Yuzhen said. The cultivation base is more than 10 kilometers away from here, and it's not within the safety zone's range. Just ignore them. If they don't want to stay, ask them to leave. But don't let them see the situation in the cultivation base, Lin Chao said calmly. She didn't have much to worry about when it came to those people. Anyway, these people were on the road to death. Did they think she was easy to bully? Did they want to seduce her, the leader? What kind of trick was that? Was she that easy to fall in love with someone? Lin Chao felt disgusted just thinking about it. Seeing that Lin Chao didn't seem to care about these people, Shen Yuzhen said, they couldn't find you, so they planned to get information about you from me, Duan Wan, Miss Wenwen, and Department Head Lu Jun. The people who were sent to get information about us weren't their subordinates, but the first and second batches of people who came in from the base. From what I've seen these days, they are ready to make a move on Duan Wan. They should be sneaking into your dormitory tonight, Xie Dong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly reminded her. Duan Wan's eyes flashed, she nodded and looked at Lin Chao and asked, should we fight back? Lin Chao looked at Xie Dong and asked, who are these people? How strong are they? There's only one level 6 Earth-type metahuman in this group, the rest are level 5. It seems that in order to successfully capture Duanwan, the level 6 metahuman is going to do it himself. There are 2 other level 5 metahumans working with him, one spirit and the other natural wood, Xie Dong said. Lin Chao thought about it. It wasn't the right time to let these people fail. But she couldn't let them capture Duanwan. Let's avoid this time and not alert the enemy. What's the situation with Lu Jun and Wenwen? Lin Chao said. Lu Jun has been hanging on to Huayantong. Wenwen has already pretended to be in danger and contacted him, Xie Dong said. Write down the list of people who participated in this matter. Only those who participated and those who knew about it must be dealt with afterward, Lin Chao said with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Yes. All right, that's all for now. After sending them away, Lin Chao began to deal with the mountain of official business. There was still a lot of work for her to do, such as reading documents, signing signatures, changing plans, and so on. However, there were still people who did not intend to give her time to do this. I say, since you're back, shouldn't you come to my place for a checkup first? Lin Hao entered the office and closed the door, then he said in a bad mood. When Lin Chao saw him, he knew that he had to put down his work for the time being. He spread his hands and said, "Look at me, I still have so many things to do. Moreover, little man's condition is not abnormal, so I don't need to go to your place. What about you? How are you doing? Ever since you entered the space, you haven't come out for almost a month. Do you know how anxious I am?" Lin Hao glared at her, extremely dissatisfied. "I'm fine now, aren't I? You can't help me if there's something wrong." Lin Chao looked at him helplessly. "Why did I hear that you came back from outside? Would it kill you to come out of the space and tell me? What kind of expression is that? You think I can't help you? If you don't even let me check your condition, how can I research a treatment method for you?" Lin Hao was a little angry, his handsome face was panting with anger. Lin Chao could only sigh. "All right, I got it. In the future, if there's anything wrong with my body, I'll definitely go to you. Is that okay? In the future. So now you still don't plan to go to my place and use the equipment?" Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. He had always wanted to know the condition of her body, so that he could think of a solution for her. However, the other party obviously did not care about it. Who was he doing this for? "All right, I got it. I'll go with you now, okay?" Seeing Lin Hao's expression, Lin Chao could only put down the work in her hands and go to the hospital with him. After being tormented by Lin Hao using all kinds of equipment for more than an hour, Lin Chao looked at the sky outside. It was already dark. "How is it? Can you see anything?" The equipment showed that her physical signs were all static. Apart from the color and state of her body, there was almost no living data. However, after seeing the situation in her uterus, he could not help but be amazed. "Look, she has grown a lot. It's so strange, there's no heartbeat. But it can really grow." Looking at the screen of the equipment, a small baby holding a small fist appeared on the screen, curled up into a ball. Lin Chao stood behind him, her eyes fixed on the little child. Her eyes were shining brightly. After checking that there was nothing wrong with the child, Lin Chao left Lin Hao's consulting room. After returning to her place, she felt that there was someone in the room before opening the door. Lin Chao's hand that was unlocking the door paused, then she opened the door and pushed it in. "What's the matter?" Turning on the light, she looked at the man sitting on the sofa expressionlessly. Wu Qingyue had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, his eyes just quietly looked at Lin Chao without saying a word. Lin Chao glanced at him, walked to the sofa next to him, and sat down. After thinking for a moment, she said, "It wasn't because of you last time. Don't worry about it. She was referring to the last time she suddenly had a fit here. At that time, the man's face was obviously a little scared. She faintly felt that his feelings seemed to be a lot purer for a moment. I just want to see how the little baby looks. Wu Qingyue smiled faintly and glanced at Lin Qiao's belly. Lin Qiao's belly was a little big now, and she could no longer wear military pants. Therefore, she had already changed before coming back. Lin Qiao, who didn't wear a skirt before, was now wearing a black dress and a pair of black pantyhose. Over the dress, she wore a long, loose brown coat. Lowering her head to touch her belly, Lin Qiao said calmly, "She's fine." For some reason, she suddenly felt that it was normal for Wu Qingyue to care about the child. "What about you?" Wu Qingyue then asked her. He was used to seeing her in her military uniform. Suddenly seeing her in casual clothes like this, he felt a little guilty. Wu Qingyue felt that she had become a lot softer. Today, the man's style was normal. Lin Qiao looked up at him and said, "I'm also fine. By the way, I originally wanted to ask you to borrow the seeds, but I didn't expect you to ask first. Thank you." Chapter 884. Knowing that she was changing the topic, Wu Qingyue's expression didn't change. "You're welcome, after all, we also need to repay." Lin Qiao nodded. The contract he signed with Yuan Tianqing stated that he would give 35% of the annual harvest to Haiqing Base. The two of them suddenly looked at each other in silence for a while. Lin Qiao saw that he seemed to have something to say. She just waited quietly. After waiting for a while, Wu Qingyue finally hesitantly opened his mouth and asked, "Is there a problem with your space?" There was a trace of worry in his eyes as he looked at her. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed and asked, "Why do you ask?" Was it because she came back from outside? But everyone thought that she had sneaked out secretly. Wu Qingyue looked at her and said, "Where you entered the space before, when you came out, you would still be in the same place. But this time, you ran out of the base." He didn't say the rest of the sentence, but Lin Qiao could guess what he meant. Wu Qingyue paused and continued, "I waited here every day. But you didn't appear. Even if you wanted to hide, there was no need." Wu Qingyue also didn't think that this female zombie would hide herself as soon as she came out of the space, because she never hid from him, right? Even when he pestered her every day, she only had an indifferent attitude and didn't think about hiding from him. So when this female zombie suddenly came in from outside without warning, Wu Qingyue faintly felt that something was wrong. If it wasn't a problem with her space, then maybe there was a problem with her body. But Lin Qiao didn't want him to know about her situation. Her strength had decreased. She wouldn't be stupid enough to expose this. "If you want to know about my situation, I'm fine now." Lin Qiao looked at him and said. She couldn't understand this man right now, and she couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't do anything after knowing about her situation. She still had to keep a distance from him. Wu Qingyue could feel that she was still keeping a distance from him, but he found that this female zombie might not have noticed it, but she didn't seem to reject him that much. "I want to protect you." Wu Qingyue only said these 5 words, then stood up and turned to leave. "I want to protect you, I won't hurt you. So I want to know about your situation, so that I can protect you, right?" He knew that if he said this, it would make the female zombie feel that he was looking down on her. She was a strong-willed woman, so he could only say those 5 words. Although the female zombie's rejection of him had weakened a lot, the trust between the two was still maintained on the basis of cooperation. He really wanted her to take a step back and tell him about her situation, but he knew that she would definitely not say it out loud. Then he could only keep an eye on her. Lin Qiao stared blankly at his tall silhouette as a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Then, he regained his clarity, but his gaze was much calmer. The next day, Lin Qiao began to work as a leader. While going to the cultivation base to investigate the situation, he also approved the official documents. The weather in May and June had already warmed up, and now the survivors in the base were automatically organizing to leave the base to gather supplies. The materials collected could be kept for themselves, and the rest could be handed over to the base to be exchanged for points. In addition, if he didn't need it and didn't want to hand it over to the base, he could also exchange it with others. There were very few people in the base, and there were also very few technicians. The base recruited a large number of technicians and began to research and manufacture some daily necessities, weapons, communication tools, and so on. As for the other bases, they could only nervously study the land and planting, thinking of all kinds of ways to grow normal crops. However, the problems they encountered ranged from not being able to survive, to not being able to grow up, or not bearing fruit when they grew up, or being infected and mutated. Apart from the universal base, the other bases were all suppressed by a sense of despair. Only the upper echelons of Haiqing knew that the universal life base's land could be used to grow crops. However, in order to protect the secret of the all-life base, as well as to pacify the emotions of the people, Ocean City decided to do so. He made up a lie to deceive everyone. This lie was actually a half-truth. It told everyone that Sea City had already researched soil that could grow ordinary crops and that Sea City's food supply would not be cut off in the future. Because of this, the attitude of the people in the universal life base towards the people of Sea City was much better. Therefore, it did not take long for the other bases to receive news that Sea City could grow normal plants. China base, I've asked around. Sea City doesn't plan to release this technology. Ho Guizhong handed the information to Sikong Qin with a gloomy expression. Not releasing it. Could it be that Sea City wants to watch us starve to death? Sikong Li's face was gloomy, his brows furrowed. A trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. There had been no progress in the past few months of research. China had wasted a lot of seeds to experiment, but they had not been able to grow crops. The problem of the land had not been solved. This made Sikong Qin and the rest of the upper echelons of China base gloomy. Their words also seemed to be spoken without thinking. In this post-apocalyptic world, the bottom line of morality had long been abandoned. No one wanted to be a saint, and those who had such thoughts would soon be crushed by greed. In order to survive, no one would thank you. They would only feel that what you did was right. The greater the strength, the greater the responsibility. This was the view of humans. He took a deep breath and thought about the lives of more than 1 million people in his base. Sikong Li closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he regained his composure. Send people to contact Skyfire, Meng Clan, Black Dragon, and Qingshan base. Since Sea City isn't willing to release the technology, then we can only exchange food with them. Sikong Li said with a stern expression. They contacted these bases because they were in the same situation as China. They were unable to change the soil into organic and healthy soil. In order to obtain food, they had to work with these bases. In order to obtain food, they could only cooperate with Sea City. But the main purpose was to use the strength of the major bases to force Sea City to hand over the technology. I'll make the arrangements now. Ho Guizhong nodded. What they did not know was that Sea City did not have this technology. They only said it to deceive the people in their base to make them feel at ease. Just as China was preparing to cooperate with the other bases to forcefully obtain Sea City's soil purification technology, Zhuo Qin and the rest of the universal base knew that their leader had returned and immediately began the next step. When Zhuo Qin saw Lin Qiao's fair face from afar, his gaze immediately became greedy and determined to get his hands on her. Chapter 885. However, Lin Qiao's status was too high. It was difficult for Zhuo Qin to get close to her. The first thing he needed to do was to find a position and quickly climb to the leader's side. That night, Lu Wan brought 2 rank 5 metahumans and other subordinates to ambush Duan Wan in her room, but she did not return. She did not return on the first night, nor the second night, until the 3rd day. What? She left the base for a mission. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Wan was furious when he received the news. They hid in the woman's room for 3 days, but she was already sent out of the base. We only received the news today. We don't know why we didn't notice her leaving. The subordinate was also at a loss. The others in the room comforted him. It's okay, although we haven't taken her down yet. Lu Jun and Lin Wenwen are progressing well. Lu Wan's expression softened and asked, "Did you get any information?" The female leader has been at the medical center for the past few days, but I heard that there's nothing wrong with her body. I saw her go there. It seems like she's not sick, but to see someone. Everyone understood what he meant. It was obvious that the female leader had a very close relationship with Dr. Lin. It seems like it's true, no wonder she kept her distance from Wu Qingyue. The other said. If that's the case, why don't we let Zhuo Qin be hospitalized after collecting resources? At least he'll have a chance to get close to her. That's right. Since she likes to go to the medical department so much, let Zhuo Qin start there. The people in the room excitedly discussed their plans, thinking that these plans would be flawless for the people in the base. However, they did not notice that there was a transparent person standing by the wall in the room. Elmar saw that the people had dispersed, then snuck out of the room. After leaving, she revealed herself and went directly to Lin Chao's office. The chameleon's ability was very useful for gathering information. On Xie Dong's side, he also received some information from the Huaxia base. TSK, humans will always do such things in order to survive. In any case, the strong are respected in the post-apocalyptic world. Whoever is stronger will have better resources. She heard that the Huaxia base was going to cooperate with Haiqing to make a deal, and secretly wanted to purify the land. Lin Chao said indifferently. She had expected such a day to come. After all, in order to survive, humans would always try their best. If those people could peacefully trade with Sea City, they might be able to live in peace. If they dared to act recklessly, then the universal base would not put Ocean City in a disadvantageous position. After all, their 2 bases were now in the same boat. If something happened to Sea City, the universal base would soon be exposed. The technology of the Huaxia base was very mature, and most of the materials could be produced directly. Although Haiqing's scientific research had also made progress, the results were not as good as those in China. When will they arrive at Sea City? Lin Chao asked. The leader of Huaxia is currently discussing with the leaders of the other bases. The results are not out yet, Xie Dong said. Lin Chao nodded. Got it. Keep an eye on them. Xie Dong nodded and left. Elmar knocked on the door again and entered. What do you think? How are they going to get close to me? Lin Chao looked at her and casually asked while flipping through the documents. They said that you and Dr. Lin are too close. Seeing that you often go to the medical department, Zhuo Qin is going to get injured before entering the hospital. Then, he will find an opportunity to appear in front of you. They are always using the same methods, nothing new. Elmar sat on the chair in front of her desk and said with a disdainful expression. That's because we have long seen through their intentions and plans. If we didn't see it clearly and catch them off guard, we would really fall into their trap. Isn't that right? Lin Chao smiled faintly. Back then, Yuan Tianqing fell into their trap. Lu Tong wasn't a powerful person, but he was a little smarter. He knew that first impressions were the strongest, so Yuan Tianqing always thought of him as a weak and kind person. It could only be said that his acting skills were not bad. If it wasn't for Lin Wenwen coincidentally seeing through the problem, Yuan Tianqing would have been slept by him in the end. Elmar thought about what she said and nodded in agreement. That's true. Although Lu Jun's surname Hua has been using the topic of the cultivation base to get close to her, he has been secretly asking about you. In their eyes, you are too secretive. Lin Qiao shrugged and said, if I don't be secretive and let them know that we are all zombies, wouldn't I be scared to death? Then they would run out and find the whole world to deal with me. Elmar suddenly said, but this surname Hua is a little strange. Since he has been bought over by Lu Wan and the others, he actually knows a lot about the cultivation base, but he hasn't revealed it to those people. Why is that? He really only revealed things about you, just like the conditions of his deal with Lu Wan and the others. He didn't say anything else. Lin Qiao looked at her and shook her head. How would I know? Maybe he has his own considerations. In everyone's eyes, Wu Qingyue seemed to be staying at the cultivation base. Although he didn't crazily pester their beautiful leader like before, he seemed to be maintaining a subtle distance from her. Their leader had a close relationship with Dr. Lin in the cultivation base, so the three of them began to have a strange atmosphere of a love triangle. Only those who knew Lin Qiao's identity were speechless. Say, why do you think our leader threw the handsome, gentle, and powerful leader Wu aside and fell in love with our Dr. Lin? Although Dr. Lin is pretty good-looking, her strength is too far away from leader Wu. I just feel like she's not good enough for our leader. Hua Antong said to Lu Jun in a joking tone while sitting in the cafeteria. Lu Jun fed her son and glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She said indifferently, that's the leader's business. Why do you care so much? Although he was talking about the recent gossip in the cultivation base, how could Lu Jun not know that he was trying to pull the topic to Lin Qiao so that he could get some other information? As expected, Hua Antong said, I just feel that our leader is so young, beautiful, and powerful. She wouldn't fall for someone like Dr. Lin, right? Does the leader like someone else? I feel like she's with Dr. Lin to get rid of leader Wu. Lu Jun's eyes flickered, but they were covered by her curly eyelashes. She blinked and said, you care about the leader so much. Do you like her too? Hua Antong was stunned for a moment and quickly shook his head. Oh no. The leader can only be watched from afar, not played with. No. Powerful people are worthy of respect. I admire her. Chapter 886. I mean, Captain Hua, you've been very free lately. Why do you keep coming to my place? Do you also know the situation in the cultivation base? Lu Jun glanced at him again, then turned his head and continued to feed his son. Seems like I'm not welcome. Hua Antong smiled helplessly. We don't know each other well, Lu Jun reminded him. If they weren't close, some things shouldn't be asked casually. Hua Antong couldn't maintain his smile. Seeing that Lu Jun didn't care about him and only cared about feeding his son, he took a deep breath and left with a smile. Lu Jun's lips curled into a cold smile as he watched him leave. A strange light flashed in her eyes under the contact lenses. On the other hand, Hua Antong's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the woman to be so vigilant. She would immediately interrupt him if he tried to talk about the leader. It was as if she was guarding against him. No, that was impossible. She didn't know his intentions. Why would she guard against him? It was probably just her instinctive sense of defense. On the other hand, Xie Dong suddenly entered Lin Qiao's office. Leader, I heard that the people in Sea City found something. If I'm not wrong, it's useful for crazy mutants. What is it? Lin Qiao looked at him in surprise. It's a type of stone. The news came from Sea City. It was said that not long ago, they discovered a type of stone that disappeared after being eaten by a berserk mutated beast. So, Sea City is sending people to look for it. Although Xie Dong was expressionless, his eyes were bright. Where is the location? Lin Chao asked. I heard it's near Lake Tai, Xie Dong said. Lin Chao frowned and said, if it's Lake Tai, we need to ask the people from Sea City to go with us. Because the area had been divided, Lake Tai wasn't their territory. It belonged to Sea City. In order to avoid conflict, it was better to ask. In fact, this kind of request was just a greeting for the current cooperation between the two bases. There was no problem. What made Lin Chao frown was that the location was near Lake Tai. In that case, the danger level of this operation might be a little high, and it was also very far away. I'll go too. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Lin Chao and Xie Dong turned to look. He saw Ling Xiantong standing at the door and the two of them walked in after noticing him. Lin Chao looked at him in surprise. You want to go? Ling Xiantong nodded and said, I'll be able to find it more accurately if I go. Lin Chao looked at Xie Dong. Is the information accurate? Xie Dong nodded. Lin Chao thought about it and nodded, all right, I'll go talk to Wu Qingyue. But Minister Lang, you are a researcher of our base. You must be careful and protect your own life first. Ling Xiantong smiled. I know. Although the stone that could suppress the madness of metahumans was important, as a scientist, Ling Xiantong was even more important. Lin Chao knew that it was not safe for him to go. He was afraid that if he did not go, the people he sent to look for him might not be able to find him. If that happened, it would cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, with the scientists following them, the process would be very fast. Before Lin Chao went to look for him, Wu Qingyue appeared in Lin Chao's office in the afternoon. I heard that you're going to send people to Lake Tai. Wu Qingyue sat on the sofa and looked at Lin Chao as soon as he entered. Lin Chao looked up from the pile of documents and glanced at him before burying his head again. Yes, is your information accurate? I'm not sure about that. After all, the information was sent back by those corpse hunters. This is the first time they sent back information, and it's from an amateur. Only experts in this field would be able to find out. Wu Qingyue shrugged. The corpse hunters used this information to exchange for quite a lot of credits from the base. In Universal Base, it was points, and in Haiqing, it was called credits. Every base had a different name, but it was considered a form of contribution to the base. In Huaxia, it was called contribution. Although the name was different, the function was the same. Just like currency, it could be exchanged for anything. You could buy anything you wanted, as long as you had enough contribution. When Lin Chao heard Wu Qingyue's words, he knew that the other party had already agreed to travel together. He nodded and said, You have more scientists on your side, send more people. I'll send a few people to buy some soy sauce. What he said was a little unfair, but Lin Chao was not wrong. It was just that when they went there, the information found by both parties would be shared. As for who would find more valuable things, it would depend on each party's ability. Although Lin Chao's words were a little unfair, she did not really want to take advantage of him. At the very least, she planned to make it up to him in other ways. What opinion could Wu Qingyue have? He could not wait for Lin Chao to take advantage of him more and more. Only they themselves knew what was going on in their minds. However, Lin Chao's next words made him feel helpless. As compensation, I can give you a batch of our base's healing potions. Wu Qingyue knew that she was referring to the potion that could slow down the awakening of metahumans, but he did not know that it was the person in the lake in her space. But for Wu Qingyue, he knew that the effects of the potion were not limited to that. Whether it was for metahumans or ordinary people, it was very useful. In this apocalyptic world where there was a lack of medicine, it could be said to be very precious. Seeing that Wu Qingyue did not say anything, Lin Qiao thought that he had agreed to this condition. In any case, they did not lose out, so she would not take advantage of others. By the way, have you thought about how to deal with China's purpose? They are secretly here for your land purification technology. Lin Qiao suddenly thought of what Xie Dong had said and looked at Wu Qingyue. She knew that Wu Qingyue should have received the news. If Haiqing's cover was exposed, then Huaxia would definitely find out about the universal base very quickly. However, she was just asking and did not worry much. Although Xikong Qin was not simple, Wu Qingyue was not a simple person either. The methods and intelligence of the two were actually about the same, but because Wu Qingyue's metahuman strength was slightly stronger, there was a faint trend of him suppressing Xikong Qin. Don't worry, I will take care of it. They will not dare to use force unless they want to run out of food. Besides, they will not be able to get what they want even if they use force. Wu Qingyue smiled faintly. His gaze towards Lin Qiao deepened. Lin Qiao felt that his gaze seemed to be hinting at something, so she lowered her head to avoid his gaze and continued to sign. Yes, I am just worried about being targeted by the people from China. After all, my small base cannot afford to be tossed around. Seeing that she avoided his gaze, a trace of sadness flashed through Wu Qingyue's eyes. However, he quickly returned to normal and smiled gently without saying anything. Chapter 887. A few days later, Lin Feng and Lin Wenwen came back. However, they didn't get much, and many people were injured. When Lin Feng came to report to Lin Qiao, he sat on the chair and said expressionlessly, "The mutant plants outside are growing very fast, and many of the mutant beasts are in a berserk state. Their destructive power is double that of normal. If it was in the mountains, most of the mutated beasts were from wild animals. If it was in the city, cats and dogs were more common, and there were also mice. Also, the mutated insects seem to have evolved to a higher level than before. Most of them are poisonous, and we were attacked by poisonous insects a few times." Lin Feng frowned when he talked about the mutated insects. Mutated insects. Lin Qiao's expression became serious. Lin Feng nodded. Many mutated insects can emit poisonous gas. If you're not careful, you'll be poisoned. And some of them are very big. Lin Qiao could imagine that they were big. After all the mutated beasts were big. However, the ones that emitted poisonous gas were more dangerous. Lin Feng had mentioned it, so the situation wasn't simple. "Is it serious?" Lin Qiao looked at him and asked. Lin Feng nodded. Although there were mutated insects in the past, they didn't affect the environment. Now, they have seriously affected the environment. The air around them is poisonous. If animals or humans breathe it in, there will be different degrees of effects. These effects aren't good. Affect the environment. Lin Qiao was surprised. This was serious. The environment affected by the virus was already very bad. How did these mutated insects evolve to affect the environment? There were thousands of species of insects on Earth. If this continued, the danger level of the outside world would increase again. We've encountered this phenomenon 6 times, and the affected areas are big and small. The degree of poisoning also varies, but no one has died yet. But in the future, we might have to be extra careful when we leave the base. Lin Feng sighed, feeling tired when he said this. Lin Qiao looked at him and said calmly, "I think, even without these new changes, we still have to be extra careful with the zombies and mutated plants and animals. Now, the danger level has increased by 1 level, but it's still full of danger. Generally speaking, for our situation, we only need to guard against natural crises if we get rid of the zombies. Lin Feng followed her words and thought about it. Well, maybe it was because the harvest from this mission was not good, and many people were injured. The situation was gloomy, which made him feel a little gloomy. He was taking things too seriously. Alright, you can go back and rest. Lin Qiao smiled at him. After Lin Feng left, Lin Qiao asked Shen Yuzhen to find Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying. This time, Ling Xiantong is going to Lake Tai. The two of you should follow him. You have to go to the secondary sect to experience it. The main force is also people from Sea City. However, for your safety, I will also send people to protect your lives in secret. Lin Qiao looked at the two girls and said. She would send Lin Kuei and 2 level 1 kings to lurk around the team and attack when there was any danger. Lin Wenwen looked at her speechlessly. It's not that far, just over 100 kilometers. Long Qingying was expressionless. Lin Qiao glanced at Lin Wenwen from the corner of his eyes. If you don't drag us down the whole time, it won't be too far. Although it was only 100 kilometers, once they left the base, there were zombie viruses, mutated plants and animals, and now there were large numbers of mutated poisonous insects. If they were not careful along the way, they would lose their lives in these dangers. Lin Wenwen could see the warning in Lin Qiao's eyes and immediately realized that he was being too careless. His expression immediately changed, and he nodded carefully. Oh, I understand. Lin Qiao passed the team list to the two of them. Other than the two of them and Ling Xiantong, there were more than 10 people following them. Lin Wenwen didn't expect to be given another mission as soon as he returned to the base. However, he could avoid the person who took the opportunity to get close to her. Hence, Lu Wan and the others were waiting for Hua Antong to get some information about the female leader from Lu Jun. In the end, there was no progress on Hua Antong's side. Lin Wenwen's people had finally gotten close to her, but before they could progress to the next step to gain her trust, Lin Wenwen had another mission. Why did she leave again? What mission is she in such a hurry for? Lu Wan's face was gloomy, and he was gritting his teeth. Lin Wenwen left very quickly this time, and it seemed to be a special mission. Her whereabouts were also confidential, so the people Lu Wan sent to get close to her couldn't follow her anymore. They thought there would be some progress, but they were stuck here again. Is there any useful information from Hua Antong? He has been with that woman for so long, but he can't get anything out of her. Why didn't I know he was a useless person? Lu Wan continued to speak in a gloomy tone. No, he said that the woman is very tight-lipped. In order to not arouse the other party's suspicion, Hua Antong didn't push her too hard. Lu Wan, I think he's right. We can't push her too hard, we have to take it slowly, the others said. We can't do it here or there. Then we can only wait for Zhuo Qin to come back and directly approach that woman. Lu Wan said in annoyance, and his eyes were a little cold. Not long after, he received news that Zhuo Qin had returned to the base. Brother Wan, Zhuo Qin really went to the hospital. When his subordinate came to report, his tone was a little strange. Didn't he want to go in anyway? Why are you making a fuss? Lu Wan looked at his subordinate strangely. No. He really went in. The subordinate couldn't think of the right words for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he said loudly, no, Zhuo Qin was really poisoned. He was sent back by his subordinates. He's still unconscious right now. I heard from the hospital that he might have been poisoned by a mutated worm, and we don't know when he will wake up. After saying that in one breath, the subordinate immediately shut his mouth and looked at Lu Wan nervously. Lu Wan. What? Poisoned? He was dumbfounded and didn't know how to react. However, his brain had already reacted and started to think quickly. Then, he thought that if Sui Chin was poisoned and unconscious, then he wouldn't be able to approach the female leader. If he didn't go, did he have to send someone else? Lu Wan thought about the others, and then he thought about himself. Lu Wan raised his hand and rubbed his hair with a toothache. He was older, so the female leader didn't like him at all. The others were either plain, ugly, or had no temperament or aura. The female leader didn't like them either. What the hell was going on? Chapter 888. Lin Qiao looked at Elmar amusedly and said, "So, Sui Chen is lying in the medical ward and won't wake up." Elmar nodded and said, "I heard that his condition isn't good. I don't know if he will wake up or if he will remain unconscious. Fortunately, his life isn't in danger. I just don't know if the medicine used to maintain his vitality is enough." "How is it not enough?" "It's just to maintain his bodily functions. The medical department won't be too troubled." Lin Qiao smiled nonchalantly. Although they had found a lot of usable equipment in the medical center of the base, there were fewer and fewer drugs. Due to the lack of raw materials, almost all the medicinal herbs were mutated. This time, Ling Xiantong didn't just go out to find the stone that could suppress berserk. He also went out to look for medicine. However, the medicinal herbs now weren't the same as before. In a world where mutated plants were everywhere, they could only look for mutated plants with special value. From another perspective, mutated plants weren't all harmful to humans. Some were poisonous, but medicine had 3 parts of poison. It was medicine only if it was used in the right place. However, Lin Qiao had been providing energy lake water to the medical department. The other bases lacked medicine, but Lin Qiao only lacked some special medicinal herbs. At least her lake water could stimulate the human body's natural self-healing system and restore bodily functions. "I'm still waiting for Sui Chen to approach me. Alright, I haven't even made a move and he's already digging his own grave." Lin Qiao shrugged and looked a little regretful. Elmar looked at her curiously with her green eyes. "You seem to be looking forward to it." Lin Qiao smiled. "I've already made preparations. I was just afraid that he wouldn't come. But now he really isn't coming. Didn't I prepare for nothing?" Elmar nodded and asked again, "Maybe they will send someone else." Lin Qiao nodded. "Maybe, we can't rule out that possibility. Continue to keep an eye on them. I'm curious what they will do next." Lu Wan didn't know that they were being watched. After knowing that Sui Chin was poisoned and unconscious, the plan to approach the female leader had to be put on hold. They couldn't find a suitable candidate, so they could only suppress it for now. Although they had temporarily stopped their plan to approach Lin Qiao, they hadn't given up on the cultivation base. "I only promised to give you information on our leader. I didn't promise anything else," Hua Antong said with a cold smile. "But you haven't given us any useful information. Your progress is too slow." Lu Wan's expression was cold. He wanted to know something about the cultivation base from Hua Antong, but Hua Antong didn't give him any face at all. Although Lu Wan had heard from the other workers that the plantation was in Wushan, the people he had sent there had never returned. He knew that the security there was very tight. However, after the second outbreak, the base no longer organized workers to plant. So, is the cultivation base still in operation? Can it still be produced? Moreover, they had received news from Sea City and other bases that all the land could no longer be used to grow normal crops. If they were planted, they would either die or mutate. There was no way to harvest them normally. "You didn't say that there was a time limit, did you?" "If I have information, I will naturally give it to you. If it isn't within my scope, I won't give it to you." Hua Antong's expression was somewhat sarcastic. He knew what these people wanted, and he was laughing at them for overestimating themselves. They dared to have ideas on the leader of the base. They didn't even know how much they were worth. Did they really think that the female leader of the base was a newcomer? Or did they think that the base could be built because of Sea City's help? Leader Wu of Sea City had indeed helped a lot, but the people of the base also saw the female leader's strength in their eyes. If she didn't have this strength, Wu Qingyue wouldn't have cooperated with her. Hua Antong actually didn't want to accept this business, but he really did need level 5 zombie cores. He saw that the other party said that they had level 5 zombie cores to exchange for the female leader's secret information. Level 5 zombies weren't easy to kill, so level 5 zombie cores were naturally more precious. It wouldn't be too much to exchange for secret information on the female leader. However, Hua Antong didn't want to give up this opportunity to get level 5 zombie cores. He just wasn't that persistent. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have enough points, he wouldn't have paid attention to these people. On the other hand, Hua Antong was also curious about what kind of person their female leader was. He didn't even know her name. Everyone called her Miss Lu. Hearing his words, Lu Wan's expression became a bit ugly. Don't you want the zombie cores? Hua Antong looked at him with a funny expression. Do you think that if I tell you the situation of the cultivation base, you will directly give me level 5 zombie cores? Lu Wan silently stared at him. Of course not. How could a level 5 zombie core be worth the price of a cultivation base? However, according to the situation of other bases, it was obvious that the cultivation base's situation wouldn't be any better. Right now, most of the survivors in the base were still working on the wall construction site of the second base. Only some ability users who didn't want to do this kind of work would leave the base to hunt zombies. Because the things they could get out of the city were much more valuable than working on the construction site. Now, all the major bases were still buying large amounts of zombie cores or energy cores because the energy converter developed by the base in China was to convert these energy cores or zombie cores into electricity and voltage. Therefore, in addition to the development of solar energy, the energy converter had gradually replaced the previous energy sources such as diesel, gas, and oil. It was just that this technology was currently only available in China, and they didn't intend to exchange it. But they could exchange the machines. Haiqing had always been cooperating with China and had exchanged a lot of energy converter. Therefore, the universal base had also exchanged a lot from Haiqing. Otherwise, the current equipment to collect solar energy wouldn't be able to supply the entire base's electricity. Because there were too many people. Ling Xiantong and Lin Wenwen brought Li Zheng's team to Haiqing. You're also in this mission. On the way to Haiqing, Lin Wenwen looked at Kong Qingming, who was also returning to Haiqing from the universal base with them. Yes. I'm the person in charge. Kong Qingming's exquisite facial features raised into a natural smile. He looked at Long Qingying, who was standing beside Lin Wenwen with her back facing him. He didn't tell Lin Wenwen that after knowing about this mission, he was the one who took the initiative to ask Wu Qingyue to lead the team. Oh. Lin Wenwen followed his gaze and turned to look at Long Qingying, but only saw that her back was facing him and her long hair was tied up high at the back of her head. Lin Wenwen turned back and rolled his eyes at Kong Qingming. Kong Qingming immediately retracted his gaze and looked elsewhere. Chapter 889. After Leng Xuantong's exploration team left the base, nothing happened in the base. It was just that a certain leader kept staying in someone else's base as if he didn't need to deal with his own affairs. Lin Qiao was a little jealous that he had a leader to help him deal with his work. Fortunately, Wu Qingyue didn't do anything else other than staying in her base. She couldn't just chase him away, otherwise, it would be disrespectful. It was raining outside and there was water vapor in the air. However, the water vapor was acidic. The rain wasn't good for the human body and could easily make people sick. In fact, it wasn't good for the plants that didn't mutate either. At least after the rain, the crops in the base would get sick again. Fortunately, Lin Qiao's lake energy could remove this. She just needed to sprinkle the lake water on the plants before they died after the rain stopped. Rumble, rumble, a muffled sound came from the dark sky and lightning streaked across the sky from time to time. Rumble, rumble, gradually, the thunder became more intense and the lightning became more frequent. Lin Qiao sat in front of the office desk and looked up. She stood up, wearing a thin black suit jacket with a white loose skirt inside. The weather was hot, and her legs could be seen. She was wearing a pair of flat leather shoes. Now, she was dressed like a businesswoman before the apocalypse. She didn't have the sharpness of a leader in the apocalypse. She walked to the window and stood up. As she walked, her lower abdomen could be seen occasionally. She stood by the window and looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky. She realized that the thunderclouds seemed to be getting thicker and there was a sense of oppression coming from above. It made Lin Qiao feel a little uneasy. It was raining heavily outside and the water vapor caused the temperature to drop a lot. To a normal person, it might be a little cold, but Lin Qiao didn't feel much. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Boom, bang, ah. Although Lin Qiao was in the second base, her hearing was extraordinary and she could hear sounds from a few kilometers away. Moreover, from this scream, she could determine where the lightning bolt had landed. Her heart skipped a beat and she had a bad feeling. It can't be. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao turned around and strode out of the door. Prepare the car. Hurry. She asked Shen Yuzhen to prepare the car. Shen Yuzhen saw that her expression suddenly became dignified and knew that she had thought of something important. She immediately turned around and trotted down to prepare the car. Lin Qiao's walking speed was very fast, but his steps were also very steady. He didn't look messy at all. Very soon, she arrived downstairs. Shen Yuzhen held an umbrella over her head and let her get into the car outside the gate. After Shen Yuzhen got into the car, the driver immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the car. Boom! Another clap of thunder sounded. Lin Qiao sat in the back seat with a frown. He turned his head to look out the window. It was dark outside, and the rain kept hitting the car window, then slid down along with the air. Boom, boom, amidst the muffled sounds of thunder, Lin Qiao's car stopped beside a building. Hurry up and evacuate the people. Retreat 500 meters away from here. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw a hole in the roof of the building. Thick smoke was rising from it. She didn't ask anything and immediately ordered the people around her to evacuate the people who were running out. There weren't many people in this building, but there were still about 100 people living here. The lowest floor was where Wu Qingyue lived. Needless to say, the closer Lin Qiao got, the more she could feel an energy riot coming from the top of the building. She could also sense that this power was being suppressed by someone, but it was clear that the suppression was not strong enough. Soon, Elmar and Qiu Lily appeared beside Lin Qiao. What's going on? Did he go crazy? Qiu Lily stood on a rock next to Lin Qiao. Although she was standing in the rainwater evaporated when it fell on her body. The rain didn't wet her clothes. Elmar was covered with a layer of energy, isolating the rainwater. Lin Qiao was still in the umbrella. She couldn't use her energy to isolate the rainwater. She didn't have any energy. Let's go up and take a look. It's best to lure him out of the base. If he acts up here, it won't be good. Lin Qiao looked up at the room upstairs and said. She suddenly rushed up the stairs. The building was surrounded by tall buildings. There were no short buildings or trees. Lin Qiao couldn't jump to the top of the building where Wu Qingyue was. She could only jump about 10 meters high, but the building was 50 to 60 meters high. She could only take the stairs. She couldn't even use the elevator. Without the energy of his special ability, he couldn't even jump high. Elmar and Qiu Lily were much more relaxed. Qiu Lily directly used her wind energy while Elmar climbed up the wall like a big gecko. But she was invisible, so no one could see her. Qiu Lily flew to Wu Qingyue's room and carefully landed on the balcony, but she couldn't get in. It wasn't because the door was locked, but because the raging energy in the room formed an energy wave. It prevented Qiu Lily from approaching. The energy wave brought along an invisible gust of wind, causing Qiu Lily's white dress and her two long ponytails to flutter in the wind. Her body was also pushed outwards by a force. Qiu Lily raised her hand in front of her face. She wanted to enter the room, but she couldn't withstand the force. Every time she took a step forward, she would be pushed back 2 steps in the next second. Elmar quickly climbed up, but she was weaker than Qiu Lily. At least Qiu Lily could get close to the door, but Elmar could only stand outside the balcony railing and couldn't move at all. Damn! This is bad. How are we going to lure him out? What if he got angry and flared up? Does he still have a mind? Elmar let out a strange cry with a depressed expression. She couldn't do it. Qiu Lily used her arm to block the wind and tried to look at the person in the room. She saw that the man was squatting on the floor with Wu Yueling in his arms. He was trying his best to endure something. His face was blue and the veins on his forehead were bulging. His eyes were wide open and his eyes were bloodshot. Lingling is still inside. She seems to have fainted. Qiu Lily exclaimed. Her words seemed to have triggered something. The energy in the room suddenly rose. Bang! The 2 people on the balcony were directly thrown out by an invisible force. Ah! Fortunately, both of them reacted quickly. One somersaulted in mid-air and immediately stabilized his body in mid-air, while the other flipped down from a building that was tens of stories high. Then, he nimbly twisted his body in mid-air and landed easily. Chapter 890. Lin Qiao bitterly climbed more than 30 floors before he finally reached the top. As soon as she entered the corridor, she was immediately suppressed by the energy pressure. She quickly calmed herself down and retracted her aura, relying on her body to support herself. After standing at the edge of the energy and adapting for a while, Lin Qiao immediately realized that it wasn't that difficult anymore. She lifted her legs and walked towards the door of the house. The suite was accessible from all directions because the glass windows and doors were blasted open by his energy. At this moment, Lin Qiao was holding onto the wall and stepping on the door on the floor to get closer. When she saw Wu Qingyue squatting in the living room with Wu Yueling in his arms, she was stunned and her expression changed. It seemed like he was trying so hard to suppress himself because of Wu Yueling. Wu Qingyue instinctively didn't want to hurt his daughter, so even if he lost his mind, he would try his best to avoid his daughter. But looking at Wu Yueling's closed eyes, Lin Qiao didn't know what Wu Yueling's current situation was. But fortunately, her aura was still alive and hadn't disappeared. Lin Qiao stood at the door vigilantly although she was very close to Wu Qingyue. But the surrounding energy didn't seem to cause any harm to her, it was just that the resistance was a little strong. She suddenly didn't know how to save Wu Yueling from Wu Qingyue's crazy state. What if he went crazy and did something bad? It seemed like Leng Xuantong's previous test had deviated from their original guess. Although there were hidden dangers, it acted up too quickly. When Wu Qingyue went for the test, he said that there were no problems. Could they not let metahumans get close to children in the future? Otherwise, no one would know when these metahumans would suddenly act up. As if sensing Lin Qiao, Wu Qingyue suddenly slowly raised his head and looked towards the door. Lin Qiao looked at his eyes. The outer circle of his eyes was red, but it wasn't the kind of red that covered the white of his eyes. Instead, it was a faint blush that spread from the eyeball to the outside, from deep to shallow. The outer part of his eyeball was dark red, and the more it looked, the lighter it became. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He looked at Lin Qiao as if she was a stranger. But Lin Qiao could vaguely see that there seemed to be an unconscious defense under his cold eyes. It felt like he was protecting his child. Lin Qiao looked at him in surprise. This person had already lost his mind, yet he still remembered to protect his daughter. Xiao Liqing, who was downstairs, had just returned from outside when he saw the situation in the building. The building was silent, but there was a charred spot on the roof that was smoking. It looked like an explosion had happened there. Rumble. At this moment, a muffled rumble of thunder came from the clouds in the sky. Xiao Liqing cursed inwardly and prepared to rush in. You can't go in now. Lingling is with Wu Qingyue. It'll be a mess if we go with more people. It'll be bad if he overreacts. Elmar suddenly appeared and stopped Xiao Liqing. Lingling's up there. Xiao Liqing was shocked, his eyes widening in panic. However, he did not dare to go up again. His aura might really cause the mad leader to become agitated. On the rooftop, Lin Qiao didn't dare to move after Wu Qingyue looked at him. The energy in the room was wreaking havoc, the furniture and other things were all smashed into a pile of debris, the whole room was a scene of devastation. Seeing that Wu Qingyue maintained his instincts to protect Lingling, Lin Qiao was surprised and relieved. However, she was troubled about what to do next. It seemed like Wu Qingyue would not let go of Lingling of his own accord. Just when Lin Qiao thought that Wu Qingyue would not let go of Lingling of his own accord, Wu Qingyue suddenly moved. He stood up with Lingling in his arms. Fortunately, the way he carried Lingling was the same as before, and he didn't just randomly carry her. Wu Qingyue looked at Lin Qiao expressionlessly. His eyes were cold. Suddenly, he raised his head slightly and sniffed in Lin Qiao's direction. Lin Qiao looked at him. Other people's eyes were crazy. But when it came to him, why was his gaze so cold? Even Lin Qiao felt a chill down her spine when she was being stared at like this. The people at the top of the stairs moved slightly. Lin Qiao quickly put her hand behind her back and gestured for them to not move. Duan Wan immediately raised her hand and gestured for the people behind her to step back. She also moved back behind the corner of the wall. Lin Qiao looked at Wu Yueling, who was in Wu Qingyue's arms. Her small body was limp and motionless in Wu Qingyue's arms. Her eyes were closed, and her soft long hair was scattered messily behind her. He was less than 3 meters away from her, but Lin Qiao could not sense his thoughts, nor could she see anything from his eyes. After thinking for a while, Lin Qiao tried to say, "You don't want to hurt Lingling, right?" Her voice was calm and even a little soft. Perhaps Wu Qingyue still had a trace of his instinctive rationality. Otherwise, he would not have suppressed his energy. As expected, after hearing what she said, Wu Qingyue's eyes flashed. He looked at her hesitantly and blankly. It worked. Lin Qiao was happy. She continued to say softly, "Put Lingling down. You will definitely hurt her if you keep staying with her." However, after she said that, Wu Qingyue's gaze immediately became a little guarded. He looked at Lin Qiao with a kind of distrust, as if he was looking at a liar. Lin Qiao, who felt like she had become a liar, was speechless. However, in order to lure Lingling away from this human-shaped energy bomb, she could only pretend to be a liar. "Put her down. I will leave with you. I won't hurt her. Don't worry. If you don't leave, you will be the one who will hurt her." Do you want Ling Ling to die? Lin Qiao stared at him. The last sentence was a little hard. Wu Qingyue's eyes showed a struggling expression. Clearly, he could understand Lin Qiao's words. However, he could not control what he wanted to do. Lin Qiao persisted and said, "If you don't want to hurt Ling Ling, put her down." The struggle in Wu Qingyue's eyes became more intense. However, he loosened his grip a little. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed. She repeated, "If you don't want to hurt her, put her down." Wu Qingyue finally looked away from Lin Qiao. He looked down at Ling Ling in his arms and then looked up at Lin Qiao. It seemed like he wanted Lin Qiao to promise him. Lin Qiao nodded and said, "Put her down. Otherwise, you will regret it." Wu Qingyue began to bend down. He looked at Lin Qiao from time to time. After confirming that she would not come in, he slowly put Ling Ling down. Lin Qiao heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, Wu Qingyue, who had just put Ling Ling down, suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Lin Qiao. A wave of violent energy came crashing down. Lin Qiao's heart was alarmed. She reacted quickly and retreated. In the end, she was still a little too slow. She felt her neck tighten, and a strong force locked her neck tightly. Chapter 891. Bang! The window at the end of the corridor was smashed open. Lin Qiao was sent flying out of the window by Wu Qingyue's grip on her throat. Lin Qiao, who couldn't breathe, didn't have much of a reaction to Wu Qingyue's grip on her throat. However, Wu Qingyue was using a lot of strength and was tightly gripping her neck. Her body wasn't weak, so Wu Qingyue couldn't break her neck even if he wanted to. When she flew out of the building, Lin Qiao grabbed the arm of the hand that was gripping her neck. Then, she flipped her body and quickly wrapped her legs around Wu Qingyue's shoulders. Using his body to turn around, she skillfully let go of Wu Qingyue's hand. After her neck was freed, Lin Qiao quickly kicked Wu Qingyue's chest and flipped away. Lin Qiao's movements were very fast. The two of them separated in midair. When they landed, Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue were separated by more than 10 meters. When Duanwan and the others saw Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue fly out of the window, they immediately rushed into the house to carry Wu Yueling and quickly left the place. After Wu Qingyue landed, Elmar immediately turned invisible and sneaked behind him. However, as soon as she went behind Wu Qingyue's cold face immediately turned around and stared at Elmar. Elmar's heart skipped a beat. Fuck! Could he sense her? On the other side, after Lin Qiao landed, she quickly retreated. Her current combat strength was too low, so she wasn't suitable for a fight. Anyway, with Elmar and Qiu Lily around, she could retreat a little. Not to mention for the little man in her stomach, even if she recovered to her previous state, she wouldn't dare to fight Wu Qingyue head-on. However, just as Lin Qiao retreated a meter, Wu Qingyue suddenly turned around and stared at her. He didn't care about Elmar who was behind him. His figure flashed and flashed toward Lin Qiao again. Lin Qiao was shocked. Oh my god! Why are you staring at me again? She quickly turned around and rushed out of the base. Fortunately, although her energy was gone, she still had her speed. She could still run and jump very quickly. But this was just as well. Since Wu Qingyue had his eyes on her, she could lead him out of the base. Rumble, Wu Qingyue's figure kept chasing behind, and the thunder above his head immediately began to follow his position. Although Lin Qiao was not slow, Wu Qingyue was faster. Because he still had the energy of his special ability that he could use. Elmar, who was behind them, did not dare to get too close. After all, Wu Qingyue's energy waves were no joke. Wherever he passed, the buildings and the debris on the ground were all sent flying and shattered into small pieces in midair. However, the lightning in the sky did not fall for a long time. Although everyone was on tenterhooks, they were also relieved at the same time. Everyone was speechless as they watched Wu Qingyue chase after Lin Qiao. This leader Wu had already lost all rationality, yet he was still chasing after their leader. Was there a need to give up so easily? No one present was a match for Wu Qingyue. So now, they could only rely on their leader to deal with this crazy lightning ability user. Seeing Lin Qiao lead Wu Qingyue out of the city, they thought there was a way to get him outside and subdue him. However, they did not know that Lin Qiao, who was quickly dodging left and right to avoid Wu Qingyue's attacks while moving out of the base, was currently in a very difficult situation. She could only lead him outside, and then directly enter the space. However, they did not know where she would run to after coming out of the space. Just as Lin Qiao was about to lead the person who was about to start the lightning attack outside, Wu Qingyue, who was behind her, pounced a few times but failed to catch her. He appeared to be a little irritated. Boom, bang, a moderate lightning descended from the sky, but it only struck in front of Lin Qiao and did not strike her. Lin Qiao, who was moving forward, looked up at the sky. Then, without looking back, she quickly stepped on the edge of a nearby building and used the force to jump forward in the blink of an eye. She did not know if Wu Qingyue still had a trace of rationality left. Although the energy around his body was chaotic, it did not attract the lightning in the sky. While Wu Qingyue still had a trace of rationality, Lin Qiao quickly lured him out of the base. The soldiers at the gate of the city wall only saw a figure rushing over at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Then, the figure jumped onto the roof of a car and jumped out. Then, he jumped onto a telephone pole and directly jumped onto the wall from the telephone pole. This time, they saw a little more clearly. It seemed to be a woman. However, they could not see clearly who it was. They only saw the hem of her clothes and flying long hair. Then, she disappeared from the top of the wall. Then, another figure rushed up the wall with a violent energy and chased after the woman in front of it. When Lin Qiao flipped from the wall to the outside, she did a flip in the air and landed lightly on her feet. Then, as soon as her feet touched the ground, she immediately rushed out. As soon as she left, a figure immediately flew over. The violent aura directly passed by Lin Qiao and landed in front of her. Lin Qiao's expression did not change. She suddenly turned to the side to avoid Wu Qingyue's figure and continued to rush to the side. When she turned to the side, Wu Qingyue quickly reached out his hand to catch her. His action was actually an instinctive reaction. Instinctively, he wanted to catch the woman in front of him. The woman's body had a very pleasant smell that attracted him. However, not being able to catch her made him feel irritated. He wanted to catch her. He wanted to get her. He thought, what should he do after catching her? Eat her. After all, she smelled very good. However, her smell was not the smell of food. He did not want to eat her. Wu Qingyue's mind could not think about these problems. He only instinctively wanted to catch Lin Qiao. Catch her. Catch the fragrance on her body. However, this woman was too good at running. Like a loach, he could not catch her no matter how he tried. The more he could not catch her, the more he wanted to catch her. His heart was inexplicably occupied by the thought of hunting. Wu Qingyue could only drive his body according to the simple thought. In the isolation zone of a few hundred meters, Lin Qiao was chased by Wu Qingyue. She dodged left and right and finally managed to jump out. She quickly rushed into an alley in the safe zone. Not far enough. Too close. She was still too close to the base. At least she had to leave the safe zone. As Lin Qiao thought about it, she turned around to look at Wu Qingyue who was behind her. However, when she turned around, she saw that the person was already in front of her. Fuck. Lin Qiao was shocked. Her body instinctively took a step back. Then, she bent her upper body and immediately dodged Wu Qingyue's hand. At the same time, she used both hands to support herself on the ground. She turned around and kicked Wu Qingyue's shoulder. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.